Good morning.
This is Kilcon Cole. Good to see you through the online.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay, we have.
Just one comment. The university campus Corvinus opens at 7 a.m. So Attila, our third colleague, is going to arrive into this meeting presumably at 7:05 only, because the gates open at 7. Okay, so he apologizes for being slightly late because of this.
Okay. Okay. Let's start our 2024 GDI Colloquium series, the first colloquiums introducing Hungarian public administration and public policy. Let me briefly introduce the background of this colloquium. I think it was the last November, isn't it, when we first met? Professor Thomas and I met together. At the time, we want to expand our relationship with European countries. And one of our ambassadors strongly recommend Thomas as the distinguished professors and also expert of the Hungarian public administration. After meeting with Tamás, we decided to visit Corvinus University. And there I had a really good time with George, and we discussed a lot. And we decided to expand our formal relationship. But this formal relationship should not be based on the document. We should have the substantial relationship. So for building this substantial relationship, we decide to have these colloquiums, which is for expanding our understanding of Hungarian public administration and population policy. Because of the significant contribution of the George and the Tamás, we can host the expert of the Hungarian the public administration. And I think this is very, significant historical moment for our university, because most of our academic collaboration was biased toward the European, the American or the Asian countries. But because of this opportunity, I strongly believe that the Graduate School of Public Administration, Seoul National University, will have the better understanding of European context, especially Hungarian public administration. I really appreciate all the contributors of this colloquium, and also all the participants who are on the online and also on offline. And we have the series of the presentation, but first the session is prepared by the Tamás. Let me briefly introduce the Professor Tamás Pesut. Yes. Dr. Tamás Pesut is the Hungarian economist and associate professor at the Institute of Finance, Corvinus University at Budapest. And interestingly, he earned his BA in applied economics and MS in finance, and also the PhD in economics at the same institutions. And he also dedicate a lot of the administrative service. Dr. Pesut held the role of the Lectors Commissioners for International Relations. And also he is the visiting scholars of our GDI at this moment. And thankfully, he has profound experience of economic policy and the trade relationship between the Korea and Hungary as well. And today, he brings the very interesting stories about the Hungarian public administration and the population policy. But mainly his focus is he wants to show the basic trend of the economies and the current status of the Hungary. And this will share the wonderful insight to us. So we also invite the designated discussant, the Professor Myung-Jin Lee. Why don't you say hello? Oh.
I'm Myung-Jin Lee. I recently joined as a visiting scholar in Global Development Institute for public affairs here. And then before, I was working in the University of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur. My main area is public management and motivation and experimental method. Nice to meet you.
And one of the other designated discussants is the Michael Dostal. I wonder whether he is online or not. Professor Dostal. Michael, are you with us? Okay. Michael. Our colleagues, Michael Dostal, will be a discussant for the Dr. Pescius to the presentation. He's now in Germany. I think he is still sleeping, or he struggled to find how to access online. But either way, I'm pretty sure that he will join with us very soon. Okay, so I don't want to delay the seminar. So why don't you give a big hand to Dr. Pescius for his wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm asking the colleagues online whether they can hear us well. Okay. So first of all, I also would like to start with an appreciation towards Professor Ko, because you didn't mention, but in Hungary, the biggest investor is, depending on the year, either Korea or China. So one year Korea, the second year China. So because of this reason, is also of crucial importance to understand more the Korean thinking, the Korean culture. And I also would like to say that on behalf of the Hungarian economists, there is a great admiration, if I may say that, towards the Korean economic policy, because that is kind of a miracle that you could achieve in the last decades in Asia, in your economy. So for us as well, it's very important to share the best practices on successful policies. And in some cases, for example, family support or population policy might be regarded as successful or not so successful in Hungary. We will see after the presentations. My focus will be mainly on economic policy. And I'm very happy that I can talk now to other researchers, professors, and international students. It's more convenient for me to speak about economic policy with academia, because if you talk to bankers or investors, you have to be more careful with the word, because they might misunderstood it, because they just focus on too technical issues. Here, I hope that we can focus also on the underlying policies. And I was very happy. I checked the presentation of my colleagues, so I won't mention that much on the population policy, even though there are some slides regarding that, because Professor Salma and the other colleagues will speak about that in more detail. Just one issue on my name, if you see like Pesut Tamás, we in Europe have the same style by the introduction, that we use the family name and the first name, and that's the same here in Korea as well. So many countries, they say like Tamás Pesut, but in Hungary we say Pesut Tamás. So starting with the family name. Yeah, so what's the objective? As Professor Ko mentioned, I hope that there will be future cooperation and knowledge sharing on many policies. So not just the population, but there are many policies and best practices that that we can cooperate on. And I would like to have a understanding of the fiscal measures that the Hungarian government did in the recent years, and to understand the philosophy or the underlying policy decisions. What's the agenda? To give a short, like a brief overview of the political and economic landscape, and then we will focus on the fiscal measures, the tax incentives, and some targeted fiscal policy measures. So, one of the most important thing is political stability everywhere in the world when we speak about economic policy. So as you can see from the system change, so from 1999, this is the political landscape. Here are the main governing or the main ruling parties. As you can see in the last 14 years, in the case of Hungary, the current party, the so-called Fidesz, that is right side conservative party, is ruling in Hungary. And in the system change, or after the system change, we had a with the blue color, that was a conservative party. Then the red color, that's the left side, like socialist party. Usually all of them were in coalition, apart from 2010, because since then Fidesz is governing with another party, but with a vast majority in the parliament. It is very important to know that sometimes, or in not as of today, but from 2010 until the last elections, there was 2/3 majority in the parliament. So it means that they can even change the constitution. So there is no need for kind of worry about politics, or worry about whether, if we want to make a reform, can we do that reform politically? That's not the case in many European countries. So because you have to cooperate with other parties. If we want to understand the Hungarian economy, there are certain key milestones in the history of Hungary. I don't want to speak now about the transition, because this is not an economic history class. I would like to speak about the recent development, but I wanted to emphasize that there are, for example, here, certain periods when, so especially after the system change in 1990, where there were crucial measures made in the economic policy, and it caused lots of stress in the society. Stress because of the economic structure was changed, and it caused unemployment and also inflation. So the unemployment and inflation, these are two key issues that are also very relevant from the population policy, because if you are having a family, or if you want to get married and plan to have a family, to plan babies, it's very important to have a stable, secure job. And if the unemployment is high, then this is kind of a risk towards a successful population policy as well. 2004, Hungary joined the European Union with other neighboring countries. I see one Central European student in the audience. And since then, the economic policy changed, because all the major policy decisions have to be in line with the European regulations. So that means that you can do actually what you want, but you have to do within the European framework. The 2008 global financial crisis was a very big issue in Hungary. The COVID crisis and the energy crisis as well. The energy crisis was 2.5, like in 2022. I would like to emphasize, for example, one thing that might be interesting for the families. So Hungary, when we speak about heating, we rely a lot on gas heating, and this gas, or most of this gas, is imported from Russia. And because of the sanctions and the rocketed energy prices, from day one to day two, the government had to change the fixed price of the gas. But this change was not like 10% each, 20% each, or 50% each. It was like 700% each. So from one day to the other, of course, not from not from today to tomorrow, but for example, for a month later, the energy prices increased like with a level that caused kind of a distress on a family household side. This shock has been solved since then, but during this period, especially the energy crisis and COVID, there were kind of unconventional measures in the Hungarian policy, in the Hungarian economic policy. I brought also the Korean data just to compare it. So you can see the unemployment rate. So as I told you, 1990 was the system change. So we had socialist system there. So that's why the unemployment rate was close to zero. And after we took in the transition period, we had unemployment rate over 10%. Later, a couple of slides later, I will show you the Hungarian fertility rate as well. And it's interesting, but you will see if something happens, couple of years later, we can see the changes also in the fertility rate. So, for example, what I saw on the graphs, so when the unemployment rate was very, very high, 1 or 2 or 3 years later, the fertility rate also decreased. This is something that kind of self-evident or can be regarded as self-evident. So that's why the unemployment is of crucial importance. So now we are at roughly the same level with Korea. In the last 10, 14 years, the changes in the unemployment, so making people work, was one of the priorities of the Hungarian government. Work. The Prime Minister calls it a work, that he would like to have a work-based society. So everyone who is between 18 and 65 years old and would like to work should work. So this is kind of a openly announced economic policy. Regarding GDP growth, you can see the Korean example. This is what we respect a lot, like before, like 1980s until the crisis, so until your crisis, like 1998, yeah. So you had massive GDP growth. As you can see in Hungary, after the system change, we had a big drop in the economic output as well. Yeah, recently we are having a modest, it could be much higher, but still above zero economic growth. This is one slide I regard as very important, because if we speak about knowledge sharing, we have to be aware of the differences between the societies, the differences between the society's perception as well, and differences between the economic and financial thinking. And as you can see here, and I was very surprised by the level of the household debt and loans that Korea has. And actually, we were having also the same tendency, as you can see, from 2000 until 2010, that the Hungarian household debt and loans compared to the GDP was increasing a lot. But this was mainly due to the foreign exchange loans, because our mortgage loans, so we had a policy before that, that everyone who would like to buy a house or a flat, then they used foreign exchange loans. So it means we have, in Hungary, we have Hungarian forint, in Korea you have the Korean won, but these loans were not nominated in Hungarian forint, but in other currencies, mainly in euro and mainly in Swiss franc. And because of the exchange rate was changing, so for example, you can see now also like a massive change in the dollar, Korean won, euro, Korean won. We had an even massive change in the Swiss franc, Hungarian forint, and the euro, Hungarian forint. And that's why the amount of the loan nominated in Hungarian forint sometimes doubled due to the changes in the exchange rate, and this caused lots of economic and societal problems as well. So here, the Hungarian government had to take the necessary measures to tackle this kind of housing crisis as well, because the non-performing loans were increasing because the families couldn't pay that or those payments, this increased one. If we think of sharing best practices, this is something that has to be taken into consideration, how the housing finance looks like. I had a chance to visit the Korean Housing Finance Corporation in Busan, and then they explained me everything, like how the housing market looks like. It's totally different from the European one. So maybe those practices cannot be fully shared based on the Hungarian example. As you can see here, the Hungarian budget deficit as a percentage of GDP. So Hungary joined the European Union in 2004, and the red line is of crucial importance. That's 3% of the GDP level. According to the European economic regulations, the member countries have to keep their budget deficit under 3%. Unfortunately, Hungary in 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 couldn't keep the budget deficit. And in 2010, we had the new government that has been ruling in the last, now, because it's 2025, so 15 years. But because they won the election in 2010, the European Commission didn't let to go on with this policy that we have like an excessive budget deficit. So kind of austerity measures have to be made in order to put the deficit under 3%. And you can see the following years, 2011, 12, 13, 14. So up until the COVID crisis, we kept the budget deficit under 3%. COVID changed economic policy thinking, not just in Hungary, everywhere in the world. But we want to get back to, or we must get back again to under 3%. What are the policy objectives? So one thing to emphasize is that it's a highlighted policy objective in Hungary that the Hungarian government wants to help families to have the number of children they wish to have and support them as much as possible. I sent these slides to the colleagues, I think, on Wednesday, and since then, like 2 days after, there was a interview with the Hungarian Prime Minister. The Hungarian economic policy is very concentrated to the Prime Minister's thinking, so to say. And he spoke about the new economic policy priorities, and it's about middle class. So he said that in 2025, the year should be dedicated to strengthening the Hungarian middle class. But the thing is, how do we define middle class? According to the definition that was in the Friday interview, middle class is regarded in Hungary from a political perspective. So those who have their own property, so having an own property, having an own income, so like you have to work, and they can support their family through work. And it means that the income is enough to support their family, meaning that they make ends meet at the end of the month. So this is how middle class is defined in the last interview. It's a little bit different from the statistical office or the European definitions, but this is also like a policy, highlighted policy objective. In 2018, when there were elections, right after the election or the re-election, the Prime Minister dedicated that Hungary will have a dedicated demographic focus, so focusing on increasing the number of babies, improving the fertility rate. And as you can see, maybe a couple of slides later, I will show you a slide on the fertility rate, but we had an absolute minimum in 2011. It was 1.24. And in 2016, we could reach a 1.53 in fertility rate. The government's objective is to be able to reach the 2.1 by 2030. I think it's a massive objective, but yeah, we will see. Yeah, on the next slide. And why might be so interesting, the Hungarian economic policy measures? Because as you can see, after 2010 or 11, when we reached the minimum, mainly thanks to the unconventional fiscal measures that I'm going to mention in the next slides, we could significantly increase the fertility rate. Of course, when a measure is made, like there is a asymmetry in the time, because in order to have a baby, we need to wait, for example, 9 months. But in order to have like more babies, first of all, we have to wait until there is a change in the couple's perception regarding, for example, the security that this baby will be better off in the future and things like that. So when a measure is taken, couple of years later, we can observe the change in the fertility, and there was a high increase in the fertility, even though in the last couple of years we also faced some problems as other European countries or as other countries worldwide. So there is a decrease in the fertility rate in Hungary as well. Yeah. Overview of the most important family support expenses. I don't want to go to very detailed because I saw Professor Salma's presentation and she's gonna mention more, but we have a family allowance that is a general financial support, and we have two other types, the so-called infant care fee and the child care fee, that are provided after the birth of the child. The family allowance, as you can see, has remained unchanged since 2008. Since then, we had like very high inflation. So this is kind of unconventional, so to say, that the amount on family allowance didn't change. I don't know if I can mention any other European countries where the amounts on family allowance remain unchanged for so many times. But you have to understand, and here are the monthly amounts. I also calculated it in Korean won. So if we take a look at this amount, apart from any political sympathy, you can say that this can be regarded very, very low. But this is what we have. The reason behind that you get this family allowance even if you are unemployed or if you don't work. And as I told you, it's a dedicated economic policy perspective to have as many people as labor force as possible. So the government would like to support mainly those families who work and possibly like all the two members of the family work. So that might be one of the reasons why the family allowance did not increase. If we compare it, for example, to GDP, it's significantly decreasing, like the family allowance expenditure. Let us speak about the other two family supporting expenses that are related to work. So one is the so-called infant care free or maternity care. I don't know, I always had some problems, like, because in some OECD or European Union papers, they don't use the same translation. So that's why I put also the Hungarian name of it. Actually, this is a very, I can say this can be a big support for the family, because in the first 6 months after the child is born, you get the daily 100% of your daily average income, but the net salary that you will receive is even higher than it used to be, because you just have to pay the personal income tax. So there is no deduction for healthcare and no deduction for pension. But this period is only for roughly half year. After that, you will be eligible for the so-called child care fee. That is 70% of your daily average income, but there is a maximum, so it cannot be higher than 200% of the minimal wage of the certain year. You can see this is something. This is a expenditure that is not related to work. So here the amounts are stagnating and decreasing. And here are the expenditures that are related to work, that are related to income. Here the expenditures are increasing. So both for the infant care fee and both for the child care fee. This is regarded as family allowance also from a European Union statistical perspective. If we see, or if we take a look at this graph, we can see that in an EU comparison, these benefits are not so generous. So we are, we belong to to this group: Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, Portugal, Malta, Cyprus, and Hungary. If we calculate these expenditures per inhabitant. So that's per Kopf, so like per person. The EU average is, we are way below the EU average if we calculate that as a per person amount. So what were the targeted policy measures that since we have, or since the government has a demographic focus? So the so-called family tax benefit, so it's a tax benefit. In Hungary, we have a flat tax system. That means you have to pay 15% tax based on your gross salary. Apart, I mean, if you earn 1 billion forint, or if you earn 200,000 forints, the tax rate is 15%. The tax benefit, or the family tax benefit, aims to increase the net salary, and you can see there is a tax base reduction. So we can speak about a tax base reduction and tax saving. The only difference between the two is that usually the tax saving is 15% of the tax base reduction, because we have flat tax. So for one child, it's 10,000 Hungarian forints per month. For two children, 20,000 Hungarian forints per child. So for the two child together, it's 40,000. And if you have 3 or more children, then the tax saving is 63,000 Hungarian forints per child. So respectively, as you can see, like it's like 26, 51, and 82 euro. What happens if your salary is low? if your salary is average and if your salary is high. So if you are a high income family or a high income person, then you can use all the tax or the family tax benefit. The problem comes if your salary is not high enough. So if you earn minimum wage or way below the average, in that case, you couldn't use all the tax benefits. So that's why there was a change in this act. So you can deduct these amounts of money not just from your tax contribution, but also used that you have to pay for the health care and for the pension. But this is only for those people who don't have high enough salary. As you can see, behind these fiscal policy measure, the main philosophy is that we want, or the Hungarian government wants to support those families where the mother and father has income. So that means that they work. All the previously, so like those measures that are not related to work, they remained stable. Those measures that are related to work, to labor participation, there. So for example, this is something that was introduced. From this year, from 2025, in July, the government wants to double these amounts, but this doubling will be effective next year, January 1st. Of course, there are policy considerations behind that, but I also would like to draw your attention that we will have elections in 2026, probably in April. So this is kind of a popular measure when people or families can feel that their net salary is increasing. As I told you in the previous slide, in 2018, it was announced that there is a demographic focus, and a year later, in 2019, there was a so-called family protection action plan. What does this action plan mean? These consist of measures, fiscal policy measures, or introducing new measures that haven't existed before to support families. You can see there were 7 government measures. I will speak each of these measures briefly. So the first is like a baby expecting support, a baby expecting loan. This is only for young married couples. So I would like to emphasize this word like married couples. So if you are not married, but you would like to have children, you will be not eligible for family supports. You will be eligible for family supports if you marry your partner. In that case, for the baby expecting loan, you can get an interest-free loan up to 10 million Hungarian forints. 10 million Hungarian forints, I wanted to say it in won, but maybe it's easier to say in euro. That's 25,000 euro. And what happens with this loan? It depends on the number of children that are born within a 10-year period. If one child is born, then the loan becomes interest-free. If 3 children are born, then you don't have to pay this loan back. So there is a full forgiveness. As from a Korean perspective, because here in Korea, as we could see in the previous slides, that the household debt is high, maybe this kind of loan support can be considered as an effective way to support the, the baby expectations for Koreans. car purchase subsidy. This is just something that is interesting. It belongs to this action plan that if somebody has 3 or more children, then the government supported to buy a new 7-seat vehicle. Family housing allowance, the so-called CSOK. This is how we call it in Hungarian, but there is always a joke because if we pronounce it choke, it means kiss. So we call it CSOK loan. This is dedicated to help families to buy their houses. It consists of a support from the government that that you don't have to pay back if you have children. So if the children are born, and also like low interest loan, the interest is 3%. So the interest rate is 3%. There is a mortgage forgiveness as well. So if you have a mortgage loan, then depending on the newly born children, you can reduce the amount of your loan. The government pays this amount to the bank, and then you have to pay either 1 million forint or 4 million forint additionally less, depending on the children, of the number of children. And this is the most interesting measure that was introduced in Hungary: personal income tax exemption for mothers with 4 or more children. So if you are a mother, so this is eligible only for the mothers, not for the fathers, and you have 4 or more children, then from the 1st of January 2020, you will be exempt from paying your personal income tax for all of your life. And this is quite interesting. For the rest of the life, you shouldn't pay, or you don't have to pay the tax, the personal income tax, that is 15% of your gross salary. As far as it is politically communicated, there is no official documentum about it, but if someone listens to the, I don't know, like the public speeches of the Prime Minister, he always said that Hungary should keep the budget deficit under 3%, but his aim is to have a personal income tax exemption for mothers who have 3 children. So I don't know whether it will be introduced or not, but this would significantly change the mindset of mothers, especially if they have 2 children, or because if you already have 2 children, then taking into consideration that if I have 3, I don't have to pay for my life, never this 15% tax, that might be very, very attractive. At the moment, there is no proposal about that, but publicly regarding communication level, there were some thoughts said about it. Approximately 40,000 people, 40,000 mothers are in this tax exemption program. The 6th one is the child care. I already spoke about the child care, but the government would like to make this system also possible for the grandparents. Why? Because it encourages intergenerational family support. So, for example, if the mother would like to go back to the workplace because of career reasons after 1 year or after 6 months, it is also possible that either the grandparents from the husband side or from the mother side can use this child care fee. And the seventh is the nursery development program. The government wants to build new and modernize the already existing nurseries across the country. I have 15 minutes left because we agreed that 1 hour presentation and 30 minutes then for the discussion. And I wanted to dedicate the last part for the housing purchase subsidies. So it is an overview, but I don't want to speak about the system change. I would like to speak rather about the recent developments. And the most, I mean, after 2008, as I told you at the beginning, we had very big challenges with the foreign currency loans. So the foreign currency-based housing loans got quite popular in Hungary, and it caused significant debt crisis to many Hungarian families, and many government programs were introduced to solve this problem. After 2014, these were the most important housing related measures. So as I previously said, the CHOK, the Family Housing Allowance scheme, baby expecting loan. There was also a renovation subsidy introduced in 2021. Families could receive 50% reimbursement if they renovated their homes. There was an upper limit of 3 million forints. There is also Green Home program introduced. This is related to sustainable housing. So by Green Home program, we mean moving into flats where the energy efficiency is very high. So it's A level, so like the flats don't use much energy. And the last one is the rural CHOK. It is aimed to boost the housing market not only in the capital city, because my experience here in Korea, that everyone wants to live in Seoul, and of course if you live in Seoul, it also matters like where do you live in Seoul. That's kind of popular in Hungary as well, but there is a governmental objective that to make it possible for families to live in the rural areas if they want to live in the rural areas, and these measures are dedicated for rural area properties, either purchasing or renovating them. This is my last thought, the home ownership. So if you take a look at this graph, you can see that, for example, in Germany, Austria, France, but take a look at the EU average, that's also less than 70%, is the number of people who own their homes, who are owners. In my country and in my region, we have a Slovakian colleague here as well. As you can see, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, we have a very high ratio of home ownership. So it means that culturally, or in our thinking, it means that we feel secure if the house where we live in or the flat where we live in is ours. I am the owner. So that's why the housing is of crucial importance from a policy perspective as well, but from the well-being of the citizens as well, from a security. But what are the problems? So take a look at this graph. This is a recent Eurostat statistic. So from 2010 until last year, like 2014, the third quarter, in Estonia and Hungary, the housing prices and the rent is less important now. The housing price or the house price is what is important. It grew by more than 220% in Hungary. So it means that, because this is the growth, so like the housing prices tripled within 14 years. So this this can be regarded good if you are already a house owner because your net wealth is increasing. But if you are in your 20s, in your 30s, and you would like to get married and you would like to buy a new flat or move together, then this is regarded as a very, very big problem. So that's why the housing is also in the center of the Hungarian economic policy. That's why for this year, for 2025, there were statements regarding housing or on housing policies. So there are measures here that support families, and not just families, but also now young people to be able to have affordable houses. Yes, the role of expectations. At Corvinus University, when I was back in Budapest in December, I could attend a very interesting conference. Nobel laureate professor joined our university for a research related to fertility, and I listened to his lecture, James Heckman from Chicago. Very interesting thoughts he had, and one of the thoughts was regarding expectation. So it's very important also, I mainly deal with banking and monetary policy, and in that case, it's very important how the market participants think of the future. So whether the inflation will be at that level, or it will be higher, or it will be less. Here you can see a interesting research. This is an American Pew Research Center. I think the tendency is important here. They asked in different countries the participants, what do you think if you have children, will your children be better off or worse off than the parents? And I think, we have Hungary as well. So Hungary at 43% say that they will, so the children will be worse off, and 20 or 30% say that the children will be better off than the parents. In South Korea, 66, so like 2/3, say that the children will be worse off, and also that only 27% that they will be better off. As you can see, the median for the 63 countries is 57 who think that the children will be worse off, and only 34 that the children will be better off, which is kind of a pessimistic, we can say it's kind of a pessimistic, especially if we compare this survey to the COVID one. It's even more pessimistic when they asked this question during or before the COVID pandemic. And this is something also related to the economic systems. So there is only like a minority of the respondents, like 20%, who say that no changes are necessary in the current economic system where we live, and more than half of the people who participated in this survey say that should be major changes in the economic systems. Like this is globally. What are the challenges? Deeper understanding of family life and households. In Hungary, so the government, the Hungarian government has a conservative point of view on the family policies. They even changed the constitution, where they stated in the constitution that family is regarded like mother and father, and it's also written that Yeah, so it's that's the classic understand or definition in Hungary. But when we speak about the households, we have to understand that there are children who grew up or who grew up in households when there is only one mother or there is only one father, or or there is a mother and a father, and these households have different needs. So we have to understand the dynamics between the within the household. The other thing is the changing role of women. I think we will hear some perspectives on that later in other presentation, but that's very important how we think of women, especially their participation in the labor force, how can we support their career perspectives, and what role do women, but also men, have in a household, in a family. Uncertainty and pessimism about the child future. So this is that I spoke a little bit about in the previous slide. And it's very interesting, the influence is spread by the media. So in this lecture, Professor Heckman showed us a graph about Brasilia. And you know, in Brazil, the soap operas are very popular. And there was a soap opera that supported, or that was about raising children, and it is so trendy and very good if you have a child. But not in every areas were this soap opera available. So there were certain areas in Brazil where they could watch it, and there were certain areas where they couldn't watch it. And Professor Heckman showed a graph that on those areas where they could see this soap opera, that was the most famous one there, a couple of years later, the fertility rate increased. So it might be very interesting for Korea as well, because K-drama is not just here in Korea, but everywhere, is very popular. But I haven't seen any K-dramas where the main actor or actress, they have children. So everybody is single, or they are trying to fall in love with each other, but there is not many story in K-dramas where they already have children. And so that must be also something to consider. It's a soft power, but it's just, you know, for brainstorming. I have 2 minutes left. So economic policy can, and if there is a will, should have a demographic focus. So we can see, as example in Hungary, interdisciplinary approach is required. I'm very helpful for today's conference that not just speaking about certain policy or public policy measures, but trying to have a broader understanding, like incorporating fiscal policy, incorporating banking if necessary, and also like sociology and other areas. And it's an important issue, I spoke about certain fiscal policy measures that are, or that can be, or that are necessary, but this is not enough. That's not sufficient. So that's where we need the other experts as well to understand the other dynamics that are going on in the or within the society. And I think especially if we talk about, you know, it's very boring when finance ministers talk to each other, because usually they just focus on the numbers, only the numbers. They are like 2.9, 3.1, but always behind this number, there is a underlying policy decisions. And I have this quote from Harold James when I was dealing with central banking policy. It was very interesting that some central banks started to discuss addressing also the underlying issues, not just the current issues, what we are doing, but also like why we are doing this issue. And I think it's important if we have a discussion on that, that can help to boost the fertility rate. Hungary, Korea, there are huge cultural differences. and also differences in certain areas, like, for example, in the housing finances. So I think it's good to know a lot or to get to know the best practices, but we have to understand that there will be differences in the policy orientations and in the policy spending because of these certain differences that are in the culture or in the underlying economic structure. Yeah, I stop here. I have 30 seconds left, so I think it was okay with the time, and I'm really looking forward for questions and discussions. Thank you.
Oh, Thomas, you are really punctuate economist. Great. We have the 30 minutes for discussions. Before open the floor, I want to ask our designated discussant to give some thought or the ideas to the presenter. So, the Professor Michael Dostal, are you with us? Okay, please turn on your mic. Okay, don't worry. I know.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you hear
I
me
can
fine?
hear you.
Okay.
So why don't
Miracle.
you introduce yourself first, then continue the discussions?
Yeah, thank you very much. German technology working, it's a real miracle. Good evening to everyone in Seoul and good morning to everyone in Europe, if there is anyone also having an early start. I understand that, am I supposed to be giving a full comment now or should I just introduce myself? Professor Ko.
Oh, no, introduce yourself first. I never
Okay.
introduced you.
Right, very good. And shall I make my comments straight away or shall I wait for everyone else to introduce?
Yeah, I told you, please introduce yourself first, then the comment.
Okay, all right. So let me just say I listened with real interest to Thomas's presentation. I already looked at it before the presentation started. Long story short, we have, of course, some policy puzzle in Hungary. Yeah, because if we look at the demographics and the seemingly at least multi-year turnaround in the fertility rate from 1.25 to 1.6 between 2011 and 2021, one might start to think there is something to be studied here. But on the other hand, if we look at the broader picture, there seems to be not necessarily that much that is so different about the Hungarian case compared to other European countries' general family and social welfare policies. In particular, one might see that in the Hungarian case, we have a focus on in-work benefits and married family allowances, which has often been mentioned in comparative welfare studies as the so-called middle-class welfare state. That is perhaps not that specific for the Hungarian case. We also have, if you like, the full collection of potential family policies. What certainly is interesting is that the in-work benefit focus excludes certain groups from more generous family policies. Yeah, it is clearly the case that in Hungary, there might also be concern about groups that are historically living separate from the mainstream society, such as the Roma population. They are not covered by this particular approach to welfare and family formation policies. Looking at some of the policy instruments, one could say, speaking with a German background, it looks like going back in history to some of the social policies of the East German state socialism. Yeah, in particular, like the German Democratic Republic. If we look at issues like mortgage forgiveness for families with more than 2 children, we see some policy instruments that are original and perhaps be truly innovative compared to at least other countries I have studied. such as I think the grandparent childcare fee is a good idea, particularly if you have a strong focus on trying to allow women to quickly return to the workplace. That is, I think, some interesting way of handing out state support into the extended family, in case, of course, the extended family still exists. Yeah, in many societies, we might no longer have grandparents living close to the nuclear family that is trying to participate with two income earners in workplaces. There were a couple of other things that were in principle pointing towards an effort to make a reconciliation between family life and full participation in the workplace for both men and women possible. That's certainly also within the mainstream of many EU countries. For example, the nursery building program points to a general extension of public childcare facilities. That's again Hungary within the mainstream. The other points I noted down were interesting observations of Thomas as an observer of Korean society. For example, I enjoyed that you stressed that in K-drama there is never any positive mentioning of family life. Instead, family life is usually a source of major stress for the heroes trying to participate in paid employment. So I think that's a good point, well spotted. Regarding the overall picture, I would say clearly the transition of family life, the expectation of women to fully participate in paid employment, the shifts in norms and values, all of that points to the need of a unified policy approach. So to conclude and to sum up, I still think there is a bit of a miracle and a bit of a policy puzzle because the Hungarian case doesn't seem to have this magic formula that explains the apparent turnaround in the statistics, at least as far as looking at fertility. One might suggest that there are various specific one-off features. For example, the very low birth rate in 2011 might be the outcome of the last major economic crisis after the Great Recession and the Great Financial Crisis. And I would also like to stress that across the European Union, there seems to be a general decline in fertility in the years 22, 23, 24, at least as far as I studied different cases. And of course, that also raises perhaps some issues regarding the mRNA injections that were doled out during the so-called pandemic. Long story short, I really enjoyed the presentation and I hope that I might make a further comment later. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, great. Professor Dostal mentioned the three key points. The first thing is the Hungarian policy measures would not be new one, but found in other European countries. And I also realized the same things because the Korean government also addressed very similar family policies. So the Professor Dostal's comment is there might be hidden factors that explaining the success of the population family policy in this Hungary, and he agreed that the cultural factors like the Jim Heckman's ideas of the sub-opera case would be useful, and we should not underestimate these cultural factors explaining the change of the population. And also he emphasized the shift of the woman's role in the labor market and the society. In fact, that's the very important factors. And also there are the unexpected events like economic crisis or pandemic. Those are also the factors explaining the change of the populations beside the major policy interventions. So these are the comments from my Professor Dostal. I also want to ask some the comments from our professors. But before asking the comments, I want to introduce one more our colleagues, Professor Kim Yoo-sun.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon and good morning. My name is Yoo-sun Kim. I'm one of the new faculty members here at GSPA. I really enjoyed this first session of this colloquium. So thank you very much, Professor Thomas. So am I allowed to ask one question at this point?
We have plenty of time, so
Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation and learned quite a lot about Hungary, which, frankly speaking, I really know a little of. I was just wondering if you could kindly provide us a little bit more context. It was interesting that you mentioned how the current Prime Minister has emphasized and highlighted targeting this, trying to increase fertility rate as the one of the key policy objective. It's widely known that it's a very challenging policy objective worldwide. I think there are plenty of studies that show that if there were any successful demography policies, it was the direction of the fertility rate, the intended direction was to pull it down, like in China, for instance. But there were very, very few, and it's extremely rare to find any causal evidence that there were increase in fertility rate due to a specific policy. So I think it's very fascinating. And I'm wondering if there are any underlying kind of political context or reasons why the Prime Minister might have made this as the key, policy objective for the country.
Okay. Please answer to the comments after collecting all the questions.
Okay. Yes. So all the three or the last one?
I will collect more questions from the floor.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank for Professor Dostal's feedback. I also agree that the Hungarian example, it's not a magic formula, but there are some elements that can be regarded as innovative. And I think in this issue, not just from a nation perspective, but globally, we try to, or we should, especially in academia, to have new innovative ideas that can help the governments to address these issues. Because if only government representatives meet among themselves, maybe they have ideas, but because of the culture that they work in, they cannot say it. It's like, for example, I heard that in Korea, it's very impolite to disagree with someone. So for example, if we had a high representative here and he would say something, it's regarded not very polite if I publicly disagree with him or her. But this is something that doesn't help innovation, because innovation comes when there are different or many perspectives, and we discuss all of these perspectives. So that's also the same when discussing these public policies. So as far as I know from the Hungarian side, this was, so I spoke mainly about fiscal policy, but the economic policy consists of three crucial policies: fiscal policy and monetary policy as well. So for example, here in Korea also, like the Bank of Korea, they are thinking like what to do with the rates, because there are internal issues and there are external issues as well. That happened also in Hungary, and the first so-called innovative approaches, we could see it in the monetary policy. And then those economic policy actors, makers, they started publicly speaking about that the measures or the things that we are doing, why are we doing, and what are the challenges that our societies face. And I don't know the reason why, but for the Hungarian administration, especially for the Prime Minister, the population and the demographic is of crucial importance. That it might be because of Hungary's special status. We are in the middle of Europe speaking Hungarian language. All our neighbors, they don't speak Hungarian, but for example, we have a Slovakian colleague here. Because he speaks Slovakian, he can understand, I think, 10 other, or maybe 5 or 7 other countries in the region. Because of the language barrier, they don't understand our region. So if we want to preserve the Hungarian culture or just the Hungarian economy itself, we have to face that problem that if our population is significantly decreasing, that will lead to a disaster. Actually, this is shared by the new US administration as well. So one of the very important person in the new Trump administration, Musk, so he described the fertility rate as the most important national security issue. So he said that it is more dangerous than the artificial intelligence and other issues that the society is facing. So there are different approaches. There are countries that say, okay, it is normal. We don't have to tackle this issue because if we need workforce, we will have workforce from other countries. But in the case of Hungary, we would like that the Hungarian population is not decreasing as much, or even if it's decreasing, we try to limit the pace of this decrease. So I don't know if I could answer your question, but like theoretically speaking, is that in Hungary, behind the economic policy decision, there is always a political decision. Yeah, and that's the reason.
Okay, thank you. Probably Thomas emphasized the different ways of the framing the family policy. This might be the labor policy issues. To somebody, this would be the national identity problem. Others, this is about the generational issues. So we have different approaches to the low fertility rate. And that would be, I think, very important part when we compare the Hungarian cases with the Korea. And even within the Korea, we find very different ways of defining the low fertility rate. And I think that's very important the point. And I also want to ask our Hungarian friends who can have time to introduce yourself and also ask some question to your friend, because even the Hungarians, the Thomas idea would not be authentic one. So please feel free to introduce yourself and give some comments. I will start from the George.
Thank you very much, Kirkon. Good afternoon, everyone. I enjoyed very much also the presentation, but also this very lively and active discussion that actually is unfolding. So let me just briefly first introduce myself. I'm George Hajnal. This is the English name order. I'm just reflecting to what Tamás was saying. So George is my first name and Hajnal is my surname. I am a professor and head of Department of Public Policy at Corvinus University. In the previous years and also currently, I have some role in different international academic associations. I was for many years I was vice president for Eastern Europe of International Research Society of Public Management, IRSPM. And I also served extensively president and steering committee member in a regional public administration association called NISPACI, the Network of Institutes and Schools of Public Administration in Central and Eastern Europe. And currently I am chairing the European Association of Public Administration accreditation, which is an accrediting body, as the name suggests. So we are actually accrediting programs. Initially, it was Europe. So we accredited most of the internationally visible public policy, public administration programs in Europe, but now we are also moving beyond Europe. My research focus is not family policy. Fortunately, we have much better experts around the table on family policy than I am. So most of the things I do is related to public policy, public administration reforms in general. So most of the research I'm doing nowadays is about central government and local government administration and administrative policy and reforms or changes affecting those administrative policies. So this is going to be the topic of my presentation. And so this is about myself. I'm very much pleased to be with you. And Professor Ko, again, let me just express our sincere gratitude for making this possible, this event. And we will have additional presentations about family policy. So at this point, I think there were many interesting perspectives emerging in the questions and comments and responses as well. I just would like to maybe add one quite obvious, but still maybe not so much emphasized element to this discussion. Of course, there is substance to this policy, because I think the final question was, and this is really a puzzle. So this doing family policy or demographic policy is extremely challenging. How comes the government sets out this as a key priority? And I think that's something we have to ask ourselves all the time. And of course, we have parts of the answers. Yes, there is substance to this policy issue. Yes, there is a labor policy and economic policy perspective. I would just like to add one more element to this answer, which is electoral policy. So actually, a crucial element here is that when a politician is talking to the public, he or she is, of course, trying to seize and keep political approval, which at the end of the day turns or is translated into votes. And the kind of audience to which the current government, the Fidesz government, is talking to, the prime minister is talking to, is this kind of electorate who are centered on traditional family values, typically, or there's a rural population, relatively with older people, typically with lower level education achievements, are overrepresented in this electoral support base. So of course that's important to talk to these people, these voters, as head of the governing force, and this symbolic element of the population policy. I think it is at least as important to understand it as the factual element. So one thing is to do something in order to achieve some result, and another thing is to appear doing something in order to achieve something. So that appearance is actually a crucial element here, and that will be also part of the thing that I will be talking about when I talk about government policy in general. That the appearance of that is the perception that is created is sometimes much more important than the actual effect, because that is what at the end of the day determines the political fate of the government. So that's just one small element here, and I am stopping here because we have two other colleagues from my department, and I'm very much pleased to have them here. So please, Yvette and Attila.
Great, George. He had very important factors how to frame this family policy, which is the political symbolism. This would be just the symbolic gesture of the politician, and also there is the attempts to collect more vote from the women or some groups who are interested in this family. So this would be one tools buying vote. And this political aspect should not be underestimated. So the George wants to add this point. And I'd like to ask the Iba to introduce yourself. And if you have any comments, please add some.
Thank you so much. So my name is Yvette Salma, and I am family sociologist. I work as associate professor at Corvinus University. I'm also a researcher at Hungarian Center for Social Sciences, where I conduct a research group. The name of the research group is Reproductive Sociology Research Group. So it's very much linked to this topic. And I very much like the presentation of Tamás. I think it's really good supplementation of my presentation. And what I am very much appreciated is that Tamás drew the attention about the perception of the climate, of the environment factors such as inflation and unemployment rate very much influence the decision about reproductive choices. What I a little bit miss, but probably it's not possible to discuss everything within a half day workshop is the soft factors which is not covered by Tamás, and neither in my presentation will be covered. For example, worries about climate changes can also influence the reproductive choices. And what I really liked at your comments is that yes, there are historical roots of these family policies. So just a small part of these policies can be regarded as innovative, and many of these policies have historical roots. That's all at the moment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of the policy may be just the extension of the previous policies, as Michael mentioned, but also we can find some of the innovative aspects of the policies, how we discover these kinds of the two different aspects from the proposed reproduction policy would be, I think, important, and the Yvette that mentioned about that point. And she used the other word instead of the family or the fertility policy, but reproduction policy. I'm like that word as the kinds of the economist. Anyway, I want to ask the Attila Barta to introduce yourself and also to get some comments.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to me to be here, and I enjoyed very much the presentation of Tamás as well. So indeed, it was quite convincing in the sense that actually the policy measures that were applied by the Hungarian government had some success. There was an increase in the total fertility rate. I'm also a researcher of public policy at management and the Corvinus University of Budapest. Indeed, I'm the program director of the Public Policy and Management MSc. And in addition, I'm a senior research fellow at the Hungarian Center for Social Sciences. My particular task is being an editor-in-chief of an interdisciplinary social sciences journal, Intersections, East European Society and Politics. And we are working with family policy issues, population policy issues, economic and social policy issues from an interdisciplinary perspective. In this presentation, it was my impression that the policy measures were the targeted policy measures and their relative impacts on fertility were very nicely demonstrated. So it was a useful collection also for anybody, I think, in this panel. And there was one particularly interesting feature that was mentioned in the comment part of the presentation, that which are the changing issues related to the life of women. And frankly speaking, that's very important. Also for all societies that had a large amount of young population, an increasing level of education, not only among men, but also among women. And then at some point, there is a sharp or not so sharp, but constant drop of the fertility. This is the experience of the Eastern European countries, and this is an experience of Korea as well. If I understand correctly the trends, the decline is even much sharper in the case of Korea. So the question is that which are the potential policy interventions? And the Hungarian experience is that there are some probably targeted and probably successful policy interventions, but they have their own limits. So we have to find some additional incentives, how to increase the fertility and somehow where we are, and I will argue in my presentation later that this is not only the role of women, but also the role of men. So to perceive a slightly different way that this work-life balance issue, the working and caring activities at home, how can it be solved? And probably one issue is an increasing participation of men. This is not an easy task at all, because and we will discuss it later. Traditionally, it was part of the life of women, the sphere of the women's life in modern societies, caring with children and also caring the elderly. Can we do some changes? So this is a very interesting and important question. And when we are seeking for new additional reform avenues and possibilities, I guess that this is one of the most important tasks. So this is my comment at the moment.
Thank you very much, Attila. He proposed a very interesting idea. We have to expand our horizons of the policies. We are talking about the general policy measures initiated by the government. However, we have to look at how the women or the men behave or contribute to increase this fertilities. And also this may significantly affect the children's or the parents' life. And those kinds of efforts among the family members would be very important, but we just we do not discuss these kinds of factors more. We need to find more the innovative approaches, not just based on the government-driven policy, but based on more the societal basis or the other more the international basis ideas. So he asked for the thinking more about the new ideas for increasing the fertility rate. Thank you very much. And we already passed the time, but I have to open the floor to collect more the questions from our offline attendants. So who wants to give some comments or the questions? Okay, please identify yourself and then.
Okay. Jó napot kívánok. Guten Morgen. So my name is Michal Mil. I'm from Slovakia, from Bratislava, historically the town where most of the people, older people than me, can fluently speak German and Hungarian as well. So feeling quite familiar in this environment. Right now I represent Central Europe here in GSPA at Seoul National University. I'm a student of Global Master of Public Administration. So thank you so much, Dr. Peshut, for an interesting presentation. I obviously get some kind of background from the region, also according to fertility or birth rate. What naturally comes to my mind after the presentation was the question, where is the limit of support the families, specifically this kind of financial support, even if it is like tax declining or you get a full-scale support from cars to households to childcare, many different approaches. So economically, where is the limit? Because obviously the state gets some kind of state budget, not unlimited, limited state budget. Of course, you get some kind of state debt, which should be like at least stable. Otherwise, the problem comes for the future generation, which is your goal to get more and more people, but not with the more and more problems. So according to the economic indicators, where is most probably the limit for this kind of support of the families and fertility and birth in a country? Thank you.
Thank you. This is the most important question. So whenever it's good because I'm in academia, so I can engage also like in debate. And if I remember when in Hungary they were discussing something about a new investment, it was about a rail. And I was publicly saying it, yeah, it's very good that you would like to renew this railroad, but don't you think it's a shame that you are thinking in rails that are traveling by 100 km/h instead of traveling by 300 km/h, that in many Asian countries the rails are working, and then people were looking at me like, yeah, maybe this is a good idea. So your question is also very interesting. Wherever you work, in a company, at a university, if you want to do a very big investment or change your life radically or having a new strategy, then you have to have a new financial strategical thinking as well. So for example, if a university wants to build a new campus, the university won't be able to build a new campus if it keeps its thinking within the conventional financing. So you have to use something new, resources, some new incomes. In case of Hungary, I collected the data. All in all, if we calculate the tax incentives and also all the programs that were listed in my presentation, compared to 2010, like the government spends 4 times more on all the family expenses. Like that's quite a lot. So after 14 years, altogether, including tax benefits, including buying the car, including the chalk and all the mortgage supports, like 4 times more. That's a lot. Can it be increased? The question is, it depends on. I just tell you 2 examples. Take a look at the COVID or take a look at the Ukraine-Russian war, or take a look at the new upcoming US administration. If there is a will, then we can spend the money differently. But as I told you in my presentation, there has to be a very high level political will in that. if we want to restructure the fiscal policy spending, the fiscal policy thinking. So I think we are not reaching the upper limit. There are quite innovative methods still, but there is an upper limit because I mean, after a certain limit, money won't solve the problem. Sometimes when it's needed, it will solve the problem, but as my colleague mentioned, it's very important how we behave, how we think on climate. So will our country be safe? Can we afford the housing? What will be with my job if I'm a man or if I'm a woman? So what are really the roles of men and women in the society? How much time a father should spend with the child? So these are also questions to be discussed. But from money-wise or in terms of money and spending, I think we can still spend more.
Yeah, the fiscal sustainability of the policy is very critical part, and Thomas say he has enough money yet. Okay, it's already 4:40, but is there any audience who wants to say something? Okay, if not, we will have the following 3 series of the presentation, wonderful presentation. So let me close these sessions, and then we will resume the second session at 5. But I really appreciate all the comment and also the wonderful presentation of the Petrus Thomas. Okay, thank you.
This is the time, so shall we start the second session? The second session is public administration in Hungary, and we have our presentation, presenter, Professor Hanya George, and then I am the discussant, Myungjin Lee. So Professor George, could you start your presentation first?
Thank you very much. I guess I am supposed to share my screen with you, right? So this is the way how it works from.
Yes.
So just a second, because
screen.
yeah, just a second. Can you see it now?
Yes, I can see your screen. Could you make it a full screen? It would be better to.
Yeah, just a second. Maybe now is it any better? This
Okay,
is the...
yeah, it's better. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So thank you again for this invitation. My presentation is scheduled the entire time slot is 1 hour, but I think based on my experience at the end of the previous session, which was characterized by an extremely lively and meaningful discussion and conversation, so maybe it would make sense if I try to keep my presentation relatively short, not exceeding like half an hour, so that at the end we have more time for exchanging ideas and suggestions. So this is my presentation should maybe just serve as a basis, as an incentive, as a trigger for the conversation that we are going to have afterwards. So I am not wasting time for introducing myself again. I will talk about the general context of demographic or reproductive policies in Hungary, which is public administration and public policy in general in Hungary, because of course demographic policy takes place in a particular governance and political and policy context, and there are some aspects of this context that I am going to talk about now. I will talk about basically four things, a little bit about the role of administrative or governance reform doctrines in general, so the role of normative ideas, the norm of doctrine, the role of doctrines, the role of normative ideas in shaping public governance. And I will argue that the Hungarian approach is actually to governance reforms is a relatively novel one, and Hungary deserves attention also from a Korean perspective as an ideal typical case of this new of a relatively novel approach to public governance. So that's going to be topic one. Topic two, I'll talk about a little bit the central government level. Then I'll talk about a little bit the subnational local governance, and then I will step away from this previous focus that I'm doing in the first three parts, about which focuses on administrative apparatuses, and I will talk a little bit about the policy reforms, what we can say about policies. So let's jump into. Now it's small again. I have to enlarge it a little bit. Yes. So a little bit public administration and governance doctrines and trends. If we look back to the past decades, since the especially 80s, 90s, we can see that, of course, public administration and governance transformations or reforms are always shaped by numerous domestic political and economic and socioeconomic conditions and factors. There are always some global or more global doctrines, sets of relatively coherent sets of normative ideas about how public governance should work and how public governance should be reformed. So this is what I call doctrines. There are some fashion of the day. In the 80s and 90s, we had new public management originating strongly in the Anglo-Saxon experience and context, and having a lasting worldwide impact far beyond those core countries, also in the developing worlds, in all continents, also in our region in Central and Eastern Europe. From the early 90s, there were the so-called various streams of good governance, initially promoted by international financial institutions, but then also by documents like a white paper on good governance by the European Commission, which already stepped away a little bit from new public management, promoting, for example, ideas of co-production, co-governance, network-type elements in designing and delivering public policies. Then, according to many interpretations, but not all, of course, we reached the so-called post-new public management era, which was characterized and continues to be characterized by a diversity of doctrines such as new public governance, neo-Weberian state, digital era governance, join the government, and there are several other ones. There are no drastic differences most of the time, at least among these newer post-new public management doctrines that characterize many governance reforms and processes in the developed countries and also elsewhere. So there are no drastic differences, but there are some differences in emphasis. And actually, from the 2010s, it seems that there is another, at least this is the argument, a little bit maybe provocative argument I am putting forward here, that there is a new governance paradigm or doctrine that is emerging, which is also part of a more widespread, geographically widespread phenomenon, varyingly referred to as the third wave of autocratization that is taking place in many countries, the increasing prevalence of populist elements and forces in different governments throughout the developed world and through also in other countries, less developed and developing countries, but definitely affecting even core democracies. And Hungary is, I think, an interesting case because in 2010, when the current government won a landslide victory in the national elections, it became clear very soon, even according to the governing force, that they intend to introduce a very new model of government, of public governance that drastically differs from the former doctrines of new or good governance or new public management. They called it a revolution of the ballot box that actually took place, and they explicitly aimed at something more than a simple government change. In a later speech, the Prime Minister declared that actually they are trying to build, instead of the liberal democratic approach to governing society, they want to build an illiberal democracy. And a particular element of this transformation process is that actually the governing force in Hungary has, as Tamás already explained it in his excellent presentation, for 14 years they had continuous, uninterrupted government position, practically all the time with a qualified majority that constantly enabled the government to modify the constitution many times, adopt a new constitution, modify that I think 14 times, and modify all basic laws governing the state apparatus and policy. So actually what we see in Hungary is a par excellence, a so-called a perfect, unconstrained actualization of the illiberal governance ideal. So this is why it is interesting, because most of the time, if you look at other countries' experience, the governing forces, the illiberal or populist governments in power face very harsh limitations in terms of political, legal resources, time available for implementing and designing governance reforms, which do not, these constraints do not characterize the Hungarian case. So this is why it deserves attention. Basically, this is what I'm trying to explain on this next slide. It's not only the declarations of the governing force, but also relatively clear consensus in the political science, international political science community, that actually Hungary represents a clear case of moving away from liberal democratic forms of governance and institutions and processes. Of course, the indicators, the metrics always have their own constraints and limitations, but there is a consensus among the accepted indicators that Hungary is outlier case of declining quality and democracy in the developed among the developed nations. So this is Hungary. Of course, from an Asian perspective, this is a tiny little country, 10 million population. The capital city is strongly overrepresented, actually almost hosting 2 million citizens, slightly declining. So this is the place where these reforms are taking place. So these are the 4 topics that I am going to quickly move through. I will skip, of course, some of the slides, but I'm not sure if they were distributed to the participants. I will leave them also, so you can record your questions or comments or suggestions for the discussion part. We have to mention that there are serious limitations to researching public administration and public policy reforms in so-called difficult contexts, such as Hungary. There are many sources of these difficulties. Many other people, and also in some recent publication, I also elaborated on some of these difficulties. The bottom line is that actually one of the problems is that it is the gap between formal codified rules, norms, policies, and institutions on the one hand, and de facto actual policies and norms and actions in the field of governance. This gap is larger than in many other contexts. So it is definitely not enough to look at declarations, to look at formal policies, because how they unfold in reality can be sometimes drastically different. So that's one of the sources of difficulty. The other source or sources of difficulties is related to availability of evidence, of empirical data for researchers or for public scrutiny. This availability is sometimes drastically and intentionally limited in those difficult contexts. Public, for example, statistics are frequently not created or not published. Key informants are difficult to access. Privacy and confidentiality concerns abound. It's not easy to actually do empirical research about actual practices in such context. So there are limitations of this kind of research, and of course those limitations also underlie anything and everything I'm going to talk about today. A few lines about what has happened in this post-2010 time period, covered by 4 consecutive Fidesz governments led by Prime Minister Orbán. Just a few elements listed on this. So this is the fundamental institutions. This is not just the executive arm of the government. These changes affect all the fundamental institutions of public administration and governance. Radical centralization and radically increasing control over central government policies, structures, apparatuses. This includes this is just an indicative list: centralization of structures, centralization of competencies or controls over budgets, over human resources, over policies. So there has been a radical centralization. Of course, we can understand this also as a kind of swing of pendulum kind of thing. In the preceding 20 years, the situation was just the opposite, a very fragmented, a very difficult to control system characterized the first 20 years of the post-transition Hungary. The second element I would like to highlight here as a general feature is dismantling or sidelining or eliminating or taking over the so-called checks and balances institutions, such as the constitution. Sorry for the typos. I wanted to write supreme auditing institutions, constitutional court, independent regulatory authorities. So these actors that in liberal democratic context serve as checks and balances against the executive, their role, balancing role and checking role diminished or disappeared drastically. Limiting transparency and freedom of information measures and legislation, limiting or eliminating consultative elements in the policy-making process, limiting the space available for NGOs and socio-economic actors other than those few ones selected or created by the government. This is the next element. Of course, as it is frequently the case in the context of the declining democratic quality, the constant fine-tuning of the election system, the media landscape, party financing, this has been taking place all over the past years. And finally, one element is Hungary has had, at least in the formal sense, a strong local self-government autonomy. So elected municipal level governments had strong formal mandates, although they faced serious and increasing practical limitations. But this local autonomy has been also drastically weakened, especially in the first years of the Fidesz governments. I will talk about this a little bit more extensively. So these are just some of the larger elements that characterize the governance landscape of Hungary. Then a few words about central government administration. So basically, this is meaning ministries of the central government and agencies, government agencies working under the ministries, under the supervision of the ministries. There is now a very recent but quickly emerging research on how central government administrations are transformed and how they react to illiberal transformations in government. Typically, there is now a linear, what I call a linearity assumption in this stream of research, which basically is that illiberal transformations move the system of governance from some pre-existing status quo, a position A, to a new position B, a post-transition. So there are two fixed endpoints, and transformation actually means a move between these two endpoints. And that is true to some extent, but not to a full extent. So some of these transformation elements that, in the Hungarian context that we identified based on Hungarian data and research are listed here in this. These 7 elements here. Bureaucratic and policy expertise located within public bureaucracies, government bureaucracies, are increasingly eliminated. So bureaucratic expertise is and policy expertise within ministries is eliminated constantly. It is something that is seen as a negative thing as a hindrance. The second thing is the Hungarian central government already was characterized by a strong extent of patronage, an increasingly strong extent of patronage, but this has even strengthened more since 2010. And the interesting thing is that this is going, so this is not just a one-off after the revolution of the ballot box that took place in 2010, but this keeps on happening. I already mentioned this radical centralization that is taking place both in the formal structures and processes, but also informally. That is taking place at an inter-organizational level. For example, the Prime Minister Office or Core of Government institutions having an ever stronger control over ministries and other agencies, but also intra-organizationally. So within individual organizations, central control is increasing sharply. Instrumentalization of bureaucracy, what I mean by that is that instead of using bureaucracy as a source of ideas and policy propositions or innovations, the expectation is that bureaucracy becomes implementer of political decisions made elsewhere. So bureaucracy should act and is seen as a primary instrument of the implementation of political will and not as a source of knowledge, insight, or information. And there are some important cultural aspects and socio-demographic aspects of this change, which is a cultural demographic shift. So the old timers, they are sort of getting marginalized or they are moving out from the public organizations. Anybody with longer than 10 years experience already counts as an exception. The young people with short-term ambitions and typically lacking this public service ethos or commitment characterizing the previous decades actually of public service. This is more normal. Civil servants move between the public and the private sector, and they see the public sector organizations merely as employers, not as a a life career or as an identity. I would also like to talk a little bit about the dynamics of central government administration. We can of the liberal transformation. We can see different temporal patterns. So this is what I was talking about in the previous slide. Sometimes it is moving from A to B, but sometimes it is not. And there are some alternative pathways over time of change. Sometimes you have changes that happen way after the initial liberal transformation steps. Sometimes there are continuations of previous illiberal transformation patterns. So you do something like, you have pattern 2 on this slide, which means centralization, but also this is the case with limiting horizontal accountability of government or increasing patronage. That actually happens in consecutive waves over time, and not only initially. And sometimes there are counterintuitive elements, such as the creation and the maintenance of competing, overlapping, or parallel structures, which runs counter the idea of centralization to a significant extent. So after a while, this is pattern 3 and 4. The governments started to have these parallel organizations. Sorry. About the local government, I am not talking. I am skipping much of the talk on local government. I would just like to mention one element here. Centralization has been taking place from the early years of the liberal transformation in a uniform way across the board. So actually, strong centralization of tasks. By centralization, I mean taking over municipal competencies by central government agencies. So tasks as well as organizational and financial capacities have been centralized, taken over by central governments. Also, local government assets like infrastructures or other valuable assets have been taken over by the force of law by the central government at a large scale. So this is one element, and this has been taking place until this has characterized the first more or less 10 years of local government reforms until the pandemic, and this is continuing also to this day. But there is an additional element now, which is the politically selective. This centralization became during the pandemic. It became politically selective. So that government-leaning municipalities receive informally, but very practical ways, they receive so I would say a better treatment in financial, regulatory, and other methods, development funds, taxes. Different central government transfers and grants. So there is a politically selective nature in how central government works with local government. This is because many of the local governments, especially larger cities, have been taken over by opposition or independent actors, including the capital city of Budapest. So that's actually a new domain of conflict between the governing forces and the opposition. And then finally, a few words about the public policies characterizing the liberal transformation. Of course, we could talk about specific policy sectors, and that is very interesting. And maybe you will have questions or comments about that. I must admit, I am not. Of course, I'm not a sector expert. I have some insights, but population policies, for example, obviously will be highlighted not only by Tamás, but my colleagues Yvette and Attila, but there are also very interesting and peculiar patterns in other policy areas like foreign policy, social policies, industrial policy. This is definitely beyond the scope of not only my presentation, but also to an extent also beyond the scope of my expertise. I would rather just like to highlight some generic features that was also published in some of the research that appeared a few years ago, also appearing now. Some of these highlights. So as I mentioned, the role of formal government apparatuses, ministries in policy formulation is minimal. I could say it's close to zero. So substantive policies are formulated outside the formal public administration systems. It is not always clear where these policies are precisely formulated. Where is the institutional locus? Sometimes there are hints, but it's not always very clear. There are think tanks, expert groups, but sometimes simply leading politicians presumably sitting around the table. This goes so far as in a significant number of cases, even the element of technical codification of key laws happens outside ministries. So it's not government bureaucracy that actually drives. It's one thing how the political decisions run, but even codifying those decisions into legal measures frequently happens outside formal apparatuses, like, for example, legal firms and offices and those kind of actors. It is extremely speedy. It is a very huge number of laws in a very short amount, and that keeps on happening. We have good, reliable comparative data for that over the long term. So it is at a constant, very high rate in temporal comparison, in international comparison, in all sorts of comparisons. So and there are many measures taken by the governing force to even accelerate it further, in order to, by means of, for example, adopting exceptional legislative procedures, allowing the governing force to bypass even the small formal consultative requirements, or using individual members' bills, even, for example, the new fundamental law of Hungary in 2005 was submitted as an individual members' bill, so that public consultation is not compulsory, can be bypassed. The extensive use of emergency legislations by the government. So this is especially happening since the COVID. Which means that the cabinet has formal mandate to actually legislate changes to existing laws and adopt new law type measures, bypassing the parliament. This is also a kind of declared preference of the government, reacting to the needs, the political needs, the communicative needs, the symbolic policymaking, and the practical needs of the moment. As sometimes the government formulates their task is to rule the moment. So that means that the long-term perspective is frequently underplayed in decision-making processes. So the political needs and the communicative aspects typically dominate policy making. This is also why I was mentioning in my previous comment to the presentation of Tamar that actually these political and communicative needs frequently are key to understanding what the government does and why. Actually, I am not talk about the last slide. This is another framework for understanding the specifics of illiberal populist policy making typology. This is a slightly modified version of what was suggested by my colleague Attila and some other co-authors. I just put it on the last slide because this is a relatively widely cited approach to this kind of policy making that is happening, characterizing the Hungarian field. So this, I think, no, I've been talking maybe even a little bit too much. I am now trying to. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we cannot hear your last comment. Your microphone is not working. Sorry, I think you pushed something and we cannot hear your sound now. Okay, while you fix your microphone, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative presentation. So maybe, can you fix it? Still, we cannot hear anything. Okay. Oh.
Attila, esetleg, hogyha hallasz, fel tudnád hívni telefonon a Gyurit, hogy mi a baj, mert valószínű kilépett a beszélgetésből.
Hívom a Gyurit.
Hát nem tudom, miért nem hallanak.
Az előbb jó volt, Gyuri. Most nem jó.
Hallak.
Most jó.
Be.
Because of the earpods, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, great.
We are talking about family policy. So my daughter was just leaving the apartment, and she took her earpods, and it somehow connected to my device. So this is what caused the difficulties. So this is also part of the reproductive policies that sometimes you have to manage this kind of issues and problems. You might not be able to Kilkon, are you here?
Yes, we are here.
Your sound is breaking.
Apologize for the technical difficulty. I don't know how much you missed from the presentation.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I did this. I'm sorry. I didn't turn on my microphone, so I speak something to you. But okay. So we heard the last slide. So I think we heard most of all your presentation. So do you want to say anything to close your presentation? Or
actually, I was just trying to go through the main features of the policy making. That was the last set of ideas that I put forward. Not sure if you could hear that part. That most of the policies are formulated outside ministries outside formal public administration apparatuses. That was one of the points I was trying to make. Administration, the ministry apparatus is used for strictly implementing political decisions made elsewhere. So there is no bottom-up dynamics. Policy expertise, sector expertise, and administrative expertise of central government administrative apparatuses are excluded, are not used in the policy-making process. I think that's a crucial element. And the second element I just quickly highlight again is the speed of lawmaking, the speed of policy making, which is constantly very high, and there are many different measures taken to accelerate it even further. For example, by using individual members' bills. Instead of government bills, government-sponsored bills, which means that formal consultation processes can be bypassed. Even, for example, the new submitted as an individual member's bill, and also many of the 200-300 bills per parliamentary cycles are submitted as individual members' bill. The extensive use of emergency procedures in legislation to bypass or accelerate lawmaking. So these are important elements. The minimalization of consultative elements is also important. The last ideas I highlighted. I again apologize for the technical.
It's okay.
Much open to receiving your comments and having further questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was informative, and actually, I do not have specific knowledge about detail of Hungarian public administration, so actually, I brought a lot of questions from your presentation. So you mentioned about the reform move toward the short-term focus, and then the young generation, no commitment. So those kind of the radical change in the government. So I'm wondering whether citizens have enough trust in government, because most of all changes are radical and short terms, and then very like fluctuated in every time. Then people might lose their trust in government, but the current government keep focusing on like doing fine tuning of election system. That means they feel some resistance from citizens and try to adjust election system for their successful next term. So I'm wondering about the trust side of the citizen toward the policy. Like the previous presentation, the Professor Petrus mentions about the grant for the like 4 children. If one family have 4 children, then they can get the tax redemption for their entire life. Maybe people can lose the trust about those policy if the government keep changing their policy, isn't it? So I'm wondering about the stability of a policy, whether people can trust it, or people resist something, or people have complain about it. I'm wondering about the citizens' reaction of those changes. And then the presentation page 8, you show the 4 patterns of the government change. Over the time, many patterns move toward a liver change, but pattern 4 shows a radical liver change, which is different from other 3 patterns. So I'm wondering about any behind explanation about the pattern 4. Whether is it kind of try to cover the radical change of pattern 3, or is it a positive change toward the increasing performance? So I'm wondering about the behind story of pattern 4. And then on page 10 slide, you mentioned the Hungarian subnational governance reform. It looks like kind of mixed with MPM, and then the NWS neo-Weberian state system. So MPM might be come from the global pressure, like from EU or something. Neo-Barbarian states may be coming for the controlling or centralizing trend. So do you have any explanation why Hungarian system can show the mix with MPM and NWS? That was my next question. And then I searched some of information about Hungary. So definitely Hungarian government now gets some global trend from EU because EU canceled the fund to Hungary because Hungary didn't reform their system by the end of 2024. So there can be global pressure and there can be citizens pressure, internal pressure. Maybe this mix up the pressure from the different side can affect the next reform. So do you have any expectation of this situation? And then I have one more question. I searched the information in a European Commission. It's a Hungarian report, and then it shows this survey of the trust in government. And then it shows the trust in government of regional and local authority is higher than trust in government in a central government. So do you agree this symptom? And then maybe it can show any kind of uncomfortable feeling of citizens, so that I'm wondering this information can be related to your presentation. So these are my questions. Thank you.
And honestly, I will need to ask back questions because after a certain point, I started to take notes of your questions, but initially I was also dealing with some of the technicalities here, so I could not take written notes of your second question. That's very comprehensive, very overarching, and very to the core. But could you just please repeat the first? What was the first thing that you mentioned or comment?
The first question was stability of a policy. Because the reforms you mentioned looks like radical, and then the illiberal changes, centralizing, controlling, and then making a lot of urgent laws. Then maybe people cannot trust this policy even if there's a grant. This grant can be diminished, or the government will change their policy again. So how about the stability of a policy?
That's a concern. You also, this is then part of the more overarching question of trust, and I think it's interesting. Hungary is definitely not in the worst in the EU context and in the regional comparison in terms of trust in government. We are not figuring very particularly well, but there are definitely several countries in the region that significantly scores. But we also have to consider the fact that effective polarization of citizens is probably the highest in according to some data, at least. It is the highest, or one of the highest, even globally. So the perception and attitudes towards government is very strongly polarized. So the average approval, the average trust is actually composed of sharply different clusters within the population. And I think it's crucial to understand these dynamics based on the extremely high polarization of public attitudes in Hungary. That polarization is something that is happening in many other countries of the world. That is happening also because of many different factors, like social. The algorithms governing social media content, but also as a result of conscious government efforts. So polarization is actually also becoming a tool of governance, a tool of maintaining and strengthening approval, and populist and illiberal governments typically, frequently, do not want to maximize their support among the entire population. Rather, they focus on some their support base, and they seek to maintain trust among those target groups in part. So central government, trust in central government is low, but definitely not the lowest in European context. Why and to what extent? And it was also interesting, for example, to see during the COVID thing, the pandemic response. There were many other countries, even developed democracies, that figured worse in terms of the trust dynamics. I think there are many elements to that, and I am definitely not in the position to attempt a full explanation for that. So I am not sufficiently knowledgeable about that. But one of the things I would highlight is probably the very strongly controlled media landscape. Hungary, so most of the written and most of the convention openly or controlled, and among those parts of the population that serve as a primary support base for the government, that means rural and elderly and people with relatively lower educational achievements, those media channels play a crucial role. Maybe one of the things, but also, probably, and actually that points to the other part of the comments. There are many things that change, and sometimes there are drastic changes in government policies and even government rhetorics. For example, that was one of the most drastic ones, was the stance towards and within a matter of few years. But here, I think we also have to consider that the governing force and the prime minister himself has probably a good kind of instinct or feeling how to talk to the population, how to explain, how to justify policy changes, and how to maintain a perception of permanence even among the conditions of frequent and frequently unpredictable. Also asked about the U-turn dynamics in illiberal transformation patterns. Actually, we didn't see. We were definitely looking for that, because in our research that we did on this, because actually that would be a sign of the learning capacity of the system, because even illiberal reformers, they are not omnipotent. They have, like every actor, they have limited knowledge, limited rationality. So you would expect that they make mistakes, and you would also expect that they try to learn, identify those mistakes and learn from those mistakes, and that would actually turns in a policy. We didn't see, actually, we saw maybe one or two examples, so very infrequent changes. We really had to look for them. There were some very excessive centralization measures, for example, in the education system governance, which was initially characterized by an absolute centralization, resulting in the largest public sector organization in Europe, because all school teachers, 100,000 people were employed by the and that was actually partly to a little extent reversed a few years later. But apart from that, we didn't see many instances of an outright U-turn in the liberal transformation of so, but much less frequently than one would expect. And another question you asked about the international pressures affecting Hungary and Hungarian public governance, and possibly some. Just find. I mean, if I'm just skipping something or misunderstand. My thinking. So one of the things that you asked was about this international pressures. Yes, indeed, there is a rule of law procedure underway against Hungary, and that has blocked much, not all, but much of the, not only the structural funds, but the RRF funds, the post-COVID funds, and actually that is of particular importance for public administration and governance, because through the entire actually the entire EU membership was characterized by the fact that public management reforms, governance reforms were funded by EU funds all the time. So that was actually the case throughout even the recent years. So blocking those funds means that governance reforms now have very limited national, apart from a few very few exceptions that receive EU funding. No, there are no funds. And that seems to be a relatively stable. So Hungary is not, at least my perception, my hunches, but there are probably much better even here around this table, but better experts than I am on this topic. My perception is that Hungary is not really, and the Hungarian government is not really low and other horizontal, so-called for receiving further EU funding. So this is going to be something that is for the that at least that is my my hunch, my gut feeling, and that's something very serious, because those funds, especially in the given macro financial conditions, there is something that is really missing from huge and unpredictable effects in the midterm on. You also asked about the local governments, how centralization is happening. Just
Sorry to interrupt. The sound is quite breaking.
Yeah,
like
no, I switched the. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. I apologize for this difficulty. You had a question about centralization. Could you just briefly rephrase it? I was not sure I interpreted it correctly.
Sorry, centralization?
Yes, you had a question about local government centralization, and I am not sure if I understood it correctly. So could you just rephrase it a little bit so that I can follow up on it more precisely?
Okay, yeah. Okay, I will mention my question. And before, because it's almost time, we collect any other questions from audience, and then that was my one question, and then maybe we can finish up.
Yeah.
Is there any questions on the floor?
Okay, I don't want to ask a question, but research agenda. Neo-Bavarian states model has been popularized over years in the European context, but it is totally kind of contradict to the situation of the United States or the Korea. We expect that the strong state is the important, and hierarchy should be one of the solutions of the social issues. But unfortunately, the strong leaders like Trump cause the problems, and the hierarchy does not solve this issue, because like Xi Jinping or the Trump would not be a good democratic leader serving for the interest of the people. So it'll be good to re-examine the role of this hierarchical or central approaches of the states. And it'll be good issues for the Korean as well. The many Korean understand this political instability is originated from the weak president, but unfortunately that's not true. Legally, constitutionally, we have very strong presidents, but if the power is misused, then we experience this kind of unstable political situation. So instead of revive the old Weberian model, we have to think about the new models explaining this polarized situation or the wrongly located hierarchy in the public administration. So I propose to do research or to communicate more on this issue in the future.
Yes, thank you very much, Kyoko. I think this is very insightful, and I agree. There is a huge extent of disorientation. You know, in the new public management area, everybody believed in markets. Then we have the financial crisis, and everybody started to believe in governments and government intervention and hierarchy. And now we are having the illiberal leaders, we have the populist leaders, we have autocratization tendencies, and then again we see the limitations and dangers of hierarchy, and I also sense a clear lack of direction, and I agree that ideas and normative orientations are missing, and that is a future and vital avenue for future research in the field. I agree that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from the floor? Then my previous question was about the trust in local authority and trust in central government.
So why it's higher? That was it.
Why local authority was higher.
Well, I think that's fairly general phenomenon in at least in many contexts. So one of the key justifications for local government, elected local government, is that it is close to the citizen. They know their local councillors, their local political leaders much more frequent, much better than the national. And actually, what the local government does or doesn't do is, much more visible for, what happens to the local school, what happens to the sidewalk, what happens to the local public transport is much more visible for citizens. So this is close to them, and one of the of course and they have more control, more perception of control, at least over local operations. So I think that's the reason. It's also much less party politicized, at least in smaller municipalities, than the national government. So central government is seen through the lenses of this extremely polarized worldviews of citizens that is constantly reinforced by news media communication, by politicians themselves. So this is the national level. On local level, especially in smaller units, it is much less working that way, where, you know, people tend to be more in direct contact with one another, even, you know, people with politically opposing views. And I think that's maybe also one of the crucial lessons for what that just Kirkon just mentioned, you know, for increasing trust and citizen control over political processes. You know, the local arena can be maybe seen as a sort of role model for how good governance can happen. Of course, it has its own dangers, and we have seen it in Hungary. We have experienced it, so it's not a panacea, it's not a silver bullet. But in terms of citizen trust, there are definitely these virtues that and your question, your comment pinpointed this specificity of local governance, I think, very rightly.
Thank you. Thank you for the whole presentation and then discussion. So we are time. So actually we over the time. So can I propose we have 5-minute break and then we start 6:15 the next section. Okay, thank you and see you in the next session.
Is it 10:15 a.m. over there in Hungary?
Exactly.
And
Good evening for you.
6:15 p.m. here. Everyone had their dinner boxes. Hopefully you had your breakfast too. Thank you very much and welcome back everyone to our very last, perhaps the longest, but the very last session of this wonderful colloquium. We have two presenters, Professor Salma Yvette and Professor Bartha Attila. So we'll proceed with both presentations in that exact sequence, and then followed by two discussions by myself and Professor Ha. Is Professor Jongwon Ha attending online? Yes, okay, yes. I see. Professor Ha, welcome. Please, each presenters and discussants, please briefly introduce yourself at the beginning of your presentation and discussion. And let us start with Professor Salma Yvette. You have 13 minutes.
Thank you so much. So yes, I am family sociologist, as I mentioned. So my presentation will have a sociological perspective. And I'm going to talk about family policies and reproductive policies in Hungary. And I will emphasize that it is not only pronatalist, but it has characteristic of selective pronatalism. At first, I will show the general trend, the general fertility trend in Hungary to understand the family policy measures in Hungary. So actually, Hungary has a historical roots to use population policy in order to increase the birth rate. From 1945, the first major population policy was introduced in 1953, which was a very, very strict abortion ban. And however, the fertility rate increased due to this very coercive pronatalist policy. It cannot be considered as a successful because some studies showed it has a very negative effect of the well-being of this population. And the next major population policy was introduced in 1973. It was more about financial incentives. But they again tightened the abortion, so it was more restrictive to access the abortion. And the third major population policy was in 1984, when it was more qualitative improvements. For example, they expand the housing support, so this kind of choke also has some historical roots. And the Orban government in 2010 actually continued this kind of family policies, and it can be regarded as the fourth major population policy in Hungary. So this is the historical trends, and the figure on this slide shows how the fertility rates changed over the time. And you can see, due to the very strict abortion ban, the fertility rate increased sharply. And it has only a temporary effect, and after the fertility dropped again when the abortion ban had finished. Actually, the yellow curve shows the replacement level, which is now it's 2.1. And it's important to know, Hungary was the first European country where the fertility rate reached below the replacement level in 1950s, which means we already have problems with maintaining the population size. And I also would like to call the attention that Hungary was quite innovative even in 1967, because Hungary was the first country in the world which introduced the parental leave. So women could stay at home with their small children 3 years, and it's a very much became the norms. So now there is an expectation that women should stay at home with their small children at least 3 years, because they are good mothers if they do that. Again, the fertility rate decreasing, and in 1984, again there was a slightly change due to the third major population policy, and after it's again decreasing, and negative hit was the economic crisis in 2008. Due to that, the fertility rate decreased to 1.23. And after that, the Orban government introduced this so-called fourth major population policy, and we can see a slight increase around the middle of the 2020s. However, I would mention one very, very important factor, that the fertility rate is increasing, but from 2001. So Hungary has not only problem with the fertility rate, but from 2001, we have also problem with the number of women of childbearing age. So it's declined very, very sharply. So even if we would be able to reach the 2.1 fertility rate, the population wouldn't be maintained because of the lack of reproductive age women. As for the fertility rate, not just the fertility rate declined, but other important change has happened. Actually, young people postpone their childbearing in their life course, so it's later in their life course they become parents. Actually, in the 90s, it was in their early 20s when they became mother, And by around 2010, it is more end of their 20s when they become mothers. Actually, this is not surprising because this is happening in all the other European countries, and Hungary, it's not outstanding according these changes. So, for example, in Italy, it's even the young people more postpone their childbearing. However, these family policy measures nowadays try to focus on having children in time, but we should mention that women over 40s still can have children, and actually the number of women over 40s who became mothers tripled in the last 2 decades. As for the partnership forms, it's also changing. After the 1990s, the cohabitation became more and more widespread, and due to that, more and more children were born outside of marriage. This was a main pattern during the 2000s. However, around 2015, when the choke was first introduced, this trend changed, and actually the proportion of children born outside marriage is decreasing, and more children start to born for married couples. As for attitudes for children, actually, most of the Hungarian believes that having children is an important part of their life. So the childlessness rate is quite low compared to other European countries. And actually, the ideal number of children was always above the replacement level. So the Hungarian families plan to have 2 children, except 1 year. This is during the financial crisis in 2011, when the ideal number of children reached below the replacement level. I would like to tell you some words about the employment, because as you learned from Tamás' presentation, this family support very much depend on your employment status, and women with children usually have a lower employment rate than women without children. And I would call your attention to the women with 3 children are particularly the group that, who leave the labor market. As for the fathers' involvement, we will learn more about from the next presentation. But actually, the Hungarian population have very traditional view about the gender roles. So fathers are expected to focus on their paid work, and mothers are expected to take double burden. So they are also expected to have employed work and to focus on the home and the children as well. So now I try to show you the pronatalist, the most characteristic pronatalist family policies in Hungary. Actually, the cost of child rearing is often more related to time than money. However, the Hungarian government very much focus to support the families financially and less to support work-life work-life balance. There are many kind of pronatalist policies. Actually, most of the European countries follow some kind of pronatalist family policy, like the reconciliation of work and life by providing good quality childcare system or flexible works for parents. Hungary chose the road which is gives financial incentives to have children. The maternity leave. Actually, there is a EU legislation about maternity leave. It's compulsory to provide at least 14 weeks for mothers after giving birth. Hungary is quite generous. We provide 24 weeks maternity leave. And as Tamás mentioned, it is quite generous because 100% of your salary are available for mothers when they give birth. As for the parental leave, actually there are two tracks. One track is quite generous. It's you can get it until your child reach 2 years old, and you can get around 70% of your salary, and it's quite generous. The upper limit in 2004 was around 400,000 forints. But to get this kind of parental leave, which is called GDI, you have to work at least 2 years continuously a priori to having children. And the other track, which is a universal one, so everybody can get it, those who are not attached to the labor market, it is a flat rate, but it's very, very low, and it has not been increased since 2008. So it's less than 3,000 forints, which is around 80 euros. As for fathers, in Hungary there is no father quota. However, fathers can stay at home 10 days. Actually, this is also EU directive, so it's compulsory to provide it to the fathers. So the very famous family housing allowance was introduced in 2015. When it was introduced, actually it was available for couples who plan to have children. In that case, they should be married. However, those who already have children, they also can access to this support, and it was in that case available for single parents as well, not just for married couples. But actually, they changed this kind of family housing allowance in 2004, and now it's just available for planned children and just for married couples. So those who do not live in marriage, they are not eligible for this support. And at the beginning, it was it contained a non-repayable state subsidy and a low interest mortgage loan. From 2014, only the low interest mortgage loan is available. However, it's quite generous, so you can get 50 million forints, and if you will have second children, they forgive you 10 million forints, and after the second children, each subsequent children will give you forgiveness of 10 million forints. And the other very characteristic family support is the baby expecting loan, which was introduced in 2019. This is a very generous loan for young couples who are married for planned children. So it's not for existing children. It's to support to have children within 5 years. When it was introduced, everybody was eligible who live in marriage, and the women are under 40. From 2025, they changed it, and they increased a little bit the amount. So it's not 10 million, but 11 million forints. But the eligible, it is just eligible for married people where the women is under 35. Actually, 3 or 4 weeks ago, they plan to introduce it as for couples where the women is under 30 years old, and suddenly they changed it because they realized the mean age of first child is around 30, so the rate of the population who can have access to this baby expecting loan would be very, very low. So that's why at the end they changed, and now so it's available for women under 35. Actually, it was a big success, and what the demographers noticed immediately is that in that year, when the baby expecting loan was introduced, the marriage rate increased sharply. And this is absolutely due to this policy measurement, because the marriage rate increased only among the population under 40. So the marriage rate did not change among those who are over 40. And Tamás very well presented the tax benefit system. Actually, it was immediately introduced when in 2011, when the Orbán government formulated, and it was expanded. For example, in 2020, there is a fully tax exempt from mothers who have at least 4 children. However, if you remember my previous slide, the employment rate of these women are very, very low. They also introduced the tax benefits for mothers under 30, but I again call your attention that the mean age of having the first child is around 30 years. So again, not a lot of women are eligible to use this kind of tax benefits. There was a study which examined the effect of these tax incentives, and they find actually it has a successful policy, because the because the well-educated women were more likely to have third children, and this tax incentive also support their return to the labor market. So it had an effect and aimed the target of this policy. However, as Tamás also emphasized that this kind of policies which depend on your employment status increased very dramatically from 2010. Simultaneously, the universal support decreased very, very sharply. So the classical family supports benefits like childcare allowance and this universal parental leave decreased. Actually, the amount of this kind of universal benefit have not changed since 2008. So most of the demographers and family sociologists talk about that. The Hungarian family policy, it's not universal pronatalistic, but it's very much has a selective pronatalist characteristics. Because why it's encourage having children for certain group of the population, like those who live in marriage, and because in Hungary only heterosexual couples can get married, so the same-sex couples are excluded, and as you can see, those who live in cohabitation are excluded. The single parents are excluded from this financial support. And since the Roma population usually live in those parts of Hungary where there are not a lot of employment opportunities, so those who are not very strongly linked to the labor market, they are also excluded. So very much the straight and affluent middle class population are encouraged to have more children, while the message for those who do not live in marriage, who are not heterosexual, who raise children alone, is that they should not have more children. And to say something how the Hungarian family policy is successful, we can compare the fertility rates with the neighboring countries. And we can see in those countries where they do not use this kind of strong pronatalist family policy measurement, they also experienced some increase in their fertility levels. For example, in the Czech Republic and in Romania and in the Baltic states, the fertility rates increased. While in the other pronatalistic countries, in Poland, the fertility rate decreased. So Hungary is not outstanding that we reached 1.5 fertility rate in the middle of 2010s, because this was the period to have more children because of the economic factors, and because during the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of people just postponed their fertility plans, and it was to catch up. This was the period when they catch up. So according to Brini, the more generous family-friendly policies are associated with lower likelihood of being childless. This is absolutely true in Hungary. The childlessness rate is quite low comparing to the Western or Western European countries. And usually these kind of pronatalist policies are very successful in gender egalitarian societies compared to the traditional ones. And usually those pronatalist policies are more success where they focus on the time cost of childbearing. And there is a recent publication, Speder and Balind, who found that in those countries where childbearing is considered as a private issue, are more likely to realize their fertility plans than in countries where childbearing is considered as a common issue. And Hungary belongs to the countries where we think it's childbearing is not only belongs to the private life, but it belongs to the community.
You have 3 minutes left, by the way. Thank you.
Okay, so I just sum up. As for the reproductive policies, we also follow a very selective pronatalistic case. If I mention the sexual education in Hungary, it was introduced in 1973, and it's very much focused on family life education. And in 2021, there was a new legislation which excluded civil organization from the public schools, so they cannot provide any kind of sexual education, and it is not allowed to talk about LGBT issues in the public schools. As for the medical assisted reproduction, it's very much supported actually in Hungary, and it's not just for married couples but also singles. However, lesbian couples are absolutely excluded, and actually there is another selective nature of this support in medical assisted reproduction is the knowledge. I think in this conference we cannot talk about knowledge about reproduction, which is a very important issue. And actually in Hungary, this medical assisted reproduction are discussed only in the high schools. So those who attend vocational schools, they won't have enough knowledge to have access this medical assisted reproduction. And as for abortion, after 1990, it was very much liberalized in Hungary. However, in 2022, they a little bit stricted. So there was the fetal heartbeat modification, which says the healthcare provider must clearly present an identifiable indication of fetal life function to the pregnant women before they go to abortion. The abortion pills is not allowed in Hungary, and there is a political ideology behind this ban. But the wealthier women can attend Western European clinics to have access to these abortion pills. However, the poor, those who live in the poorer area, they do not have any access to these abortion pills. So the summary, the key points of my presentation: Hungary is a very traditional society where there is a strong expectation towards women to leave the labor market after giving birth. and encouraging women to bear the dual burden. So you do the care work, but have paid jobs. The family support measures primary target wealthier and married individuals. There is a strong state support for assisted technologies, but there is a limitation who can access to it, but it's a soft kind of limitation. Sexual education is does not include the LGBT issues. And I would say that Hungarian fertility rate does not exceed the EU average. So it's reflecting there is limited effectiveness of the current policies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Hey, thank you very much, Salma, for this wonderfully comprehensive and thorough overview of the Hungarian reproductive policies. Now let us move to the second presentation by Bartha Attila, a presentation titled Double Earner, Double Carer. Please take the floor. You also have 30 minutes, and I might let you know when you have 5 minutes left. That's okay.
Thank you very much. Could you hear me and could you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see you very well and hear you very well.
Thank you very much. So, I'm Attila Barth. I'm an associate professor and the program director of public policy and management at Corvinus University of Budapest. And I will continue the path that was presented by Yvette and also partly by Tamás. This is that what happens with women and with men in a broader care policy context. I try to concentrate on the care policy reform initiatives. The title is Double Earner, Double Carer, Care Policy Reform Trajectories and the Barriers of Involved Fatherhood. Indeed, the presentation has 3 parts. I will very briefly overview the care policy context and the specific challenges of the care policy interventions regarding mostly elderly care, but also referring to the child care. And then I will switch to the reform attempts, the reform trajectories in a comparative European context. And finally, I will share with you some of the very preliminary findings of an ongoing research about the involved fatherhood. Okay, so the care policy context. Just a question, could you see the change of the slide?
Yes, we can.
This is not, yes, okay, that's great, thank you. So when we are thinking about the care policy, this is one of the most relevant policy areas from a future-oriented perspective, the employment perspective. Actually, there was a larger comparative research about labor market forecasting in the middle of the 2010s, and the finding was that in addition to some of the IT-related activities, the care sector is the most expensive sectors of the economy by 2040. So that's very important that from an employment perspective, this is very relevant and significant sector, creating potentially new employment. When we are speaking about...
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind pressing F5 or using the presentation mode?
Okay, so is it better now this way?
We see your screen, but we see...
the changes, could you see that?
No, we do not see any changes.
Full screen mode.
You can press F5 on your keyboard. I'm not sure if you're using double screen. Maybe that's...
So now I'm getting out. I'm okay. Let me try this way.
Oh, never mind. Okay. We could see your screen, but it was just in, you know, the presentation slide mode.
I know.
Well, if the audience agrees, I think that still works. So whichever works for you.
Most nyomod az F5-öt.
Attila, ha megnyitod újra, és hogyha...
This way?
Most az F5-öt.
Azt már megnyomtam 6 milliószor, tehát...
Hát akkor slideshow-ra ott a jobb alsó...
I think we can all see the slide, right? Okay, yes. Never mind, Sparta. Thank you. And sorry for the interruption. You can still proceed.
No problem. Okay. So I was speaking that when we are thinking about the care policy context, we should make a distinction between child care that is much more established concerning the policy frameworks, the institutions. The consensual knowledge is much better anchored. Concerning the elderly care, partly synonymous term is the long-term care. There are much more challenges, ongoing transformations. This is also globally embedded and less anchored than the child care. And when concerning the policies, we are thinking about the long-term care policies that have some similarities, for instance, with pension policy, such as the major goals are adequacy and sustainability, but there are some various sort of additional challenges, and I would like to focus on that. Based on previous research with Violetta Zentai and also with an excellent study of Fischer and co-authors. One issue that is the generosity of the long-term care policies. Public and private supporters are also important. There is a tendency towards cash for care provisions that is supported from public expenditure. So even if some private actors are providing the long-term care, this is financed from public money. The second issue that is a particular challenge is an increasing ratio of the so-called unmet care needs. Why? The increasing physical mobility and the erosion of the natural intergenerational support mechanisms when the younger generations are living in different locations than the older ones creates a lot of and an increasing unmet care needs in households. There are several questions in this respect. What type of care is better from a societal perspective and from a policy perspective? Home care or institutional care?
Oh, Martha, you might want to show us the next slide. We still see
this one?
You
don't see the changes.
No, we only see the care policy context slide. I think you're on the next slide, right?
Beragadtunk a második. Most így jó, így látszik. Hogyha most nyomsz fölfele.
Then we will continue this more traditionalist way. I think probably that's better. Okay. So thank you. Okay, the issue is that I was thinking that one of the dilemmas, whether we should think in familial or extra-familial care, formal or informal. This is quite important from the perspective of the regulation and from the perspective of the participation of non-family or extended family actors. You remember that in the presentation of Tamás, there was one policy innovation that grandparents are also entitled in this care provision, let's say tax allowances and material support. Okay. The next issue, so that is a very specific challenge of the long-term care policies, is the regulation quality of care work. Just a direct quotation from Elmond and Lacher publication that the care, the domestic care, could be a contemporary form of slavery. It sounds a little bit too harsh, but it presents the idea and the very high level of precarious status of care workers. This is particularly true when market institutional mechanisms dominate the care sector. All in these challenges have very obvious inequality implications, especially when there is an increasing reliance on migrant care workers through global care chains. What we could see in several European countries, for instance, that there is an increasing ratio of care workers coming from African countries, from Eastern European countries, from Asian countries, and so on, embedded in global care chains. In some countries, such as Hungary, for instance, while Hungarian workers are care workers, commuting care workers in Austria, at the same time, there are several migrant care workers coming from Southeastern European neighborhood and also from Asian countries. All these issues have also another inequality implication, the gender equality. It was obviously presented by Yvette that there is a direction of the paid, unpaid earner carer, the so-called double burden problem of women in the case of home care participation. And one obvious issue is that somehow, how can we find additional positive incentives of male participation in domestic care activities? Okay, when we are addressing the long-term care policy challenges, one issue is that who are the care service providers? State, in the name of public institutions, following this original idea of decommodification, or families, and families with or families without regulation and with or without financing support. Market actors, professional market actors, again, with or without regulation and financing support. And in several cases, the migrant care workers who are coming to, let's say, contributing to solve this missing actor puzzle. We might add that that when we are speaking about families, we can also think in extended family relations, such as in grandparents, in the case of childcare. One obvious policy dilemma is whether supporting the family care service provider through familialism, or the opposite, encouraging the institutional participation of care by defamilialism tendencies. The findings are controversial. Institutional mechanisms could appear as more effective. At the same time, we know that care is such type of relation that requires a high involvement, emotional, not only practical, but also emotional involvement that is much better embedded in a family context normally. The second tendency, together with the market mechanism, is the so-called cash for care systems expansion that is much applied also in several countries. Which are the care policy reform trajectories? I will first present the previous research findings and then summarize briefly my own research made with Violetta Zentai. The comparative studies of care policy reform trajectories in Europe usually reflect the classical welfare regime typologies known from Esping-Andersen and Hemmerich, among others. Women play a dominant role in care, especially in long-term care, and the weight and status of migrant care workers, who are mostly women, strongly differ by welfare regimes. Examples. There is a high participation of migrant care workers, in particular in Southern European countries that were traditionally operated on family institutions. It was more important than in Northwestern European countries. But at the same time, because of the decreasing fertility rate and new migration tendencies, and the challenges that newer generations, younger generations were living in different areas than the previous ones, the puzzle was mostly solved by an increasing participation of the migrant care workers and the expansion of the institutional care. This tendency was opposite what we experienced in the case of the North European countries, where there was an increasing role of home care and a decreasing role of the institutional care. This happened mainly because of the policy evidence that the emotional nature of care activities require a stronger personal relationship, and that is why the family institutions received a stronger focus and emphasis. Concerning Eastern and Central European countries, previous studies have not found a clear tendency, but rather controversial trends were identified. Okay, which are the main let's say, implications of the previous studies? One, that the family-based home care and institutional care are not substitutes from the perspective of generosity. There are countries that are generous in both areas, and other countries are not generous at all, neither supporting family-based home care nor institutional care. All studies underline the controversial implications for gender equality, the tendencies of defamiliarization and refamiliarizations, so the new emphasis on the family support in care work. Also, the increasing role of migrant care workers have controversial implications for gender equality. And all in all, what all these tendencies underline, there is a missing piece of the puzzle from a policy intervention perspective, and this is the involvement of men in home care. Let me show you some issues of the earner-carer configurations in Europe, just providing some qualitative empirical evidence. The method of this research of us was a fuzzy set ideal type analysis. I will not describe the method because of the lack of time, but just mentioning that first we tried to create some theoretically anchored ideal types. The main dimension was the participation of men and women in paid employment and unpaid domestic work. For the empirical analysis, 4 dimensions were used. The first was the generosity of publicly financed long-term care. The second was the magnitude of unmet care needs. The third was the quality of the regulation of home care. And the fourth was the participation of women and the participation of men in paid employment. And what we could see, the earner-carer configurations, that the studied European countries are very far from the traditional male breadwinner, female carer model. Indeed, no country was in this box. This means that all the European societies, and probably this is generally true for other continents as well, that countries are in the double breadwinner model. The difference is whether the home care activity is supported or unsupported. And in this respect, 4 clusters were identified. The largest support happened in the Western European countries, Sweden, Netherlands, Finland, Denmark, also Belgium is in this block, and perhaps a surprise for many, Austria, that was a more traditionalist country in care policy, supported the home care activities in a very generous level. There was other Northwestern European countries. In addition, Czechia and Estonia and Slovenia were with rather supported home care configurations. The Central Eastern European countries and the Southern European countries partly belonged to the unsupported home care, Hungary, Croatia, Lithuania, Poland, but also Spain. Also, Slovakia is rather unsupported. And in some countries, this is truly unsupported. Romania, Portugal, Latvia, Italy, Greece, Cyprus, and Bulgaria are in these groups. The question for us is, which are the fertility implications and which are the social policy implications of this type of categorizations? What we could observe that the higher fertility rates and the increasing fertility rates are rather in the two country groups that are with double breadwinner with supported home care models. So the social policy implications are that strong support of home care is definitely beneficial from the fertility outcome perspectives. This is underlined by the studies. And finally, I would like to switch to one possible future policy solution. This is the encouraging the involved fatherhood. These are the very first preliminary findings of our InnoWelfare research project. And I don't want to share strong empirical data because they are under cleaning, but rather 4 main factors I would like to underline here that are particularly important according to the first findings. The first that was already underlined also by Yvette, that the leave policy incentives. So if we have daddy quotas, they could be very effective from the involvement of fathers in home care activities. The second issue, that total working hours matter. In countries where total working hours are particularly high, this is strongly discouraging for the involved fatherhood perspective. In that case, there is a stronger tendency that mostly women, or in some cases exclusively women, are providing the home care activities. The third aspect that is interesting for us, that the caring masculinity requires an organizational support. One major challenge could be that even at macro level, there are leave policy incentives, there are relatively flexible working hours. The need at organizational level to support men for caring fatherhood identity to be done is particularly important. And a fourth aspect that actually the attitudes towards care and work-life balance affect the issue. I underlined the following countries in which more than 20% of the fathers have the opinion that I have found it difficult to concentrate at work because of family responsibilities. So from the attitudinal perspective, family obligations, family responsibilities are interpreted as obstacles of work. This happened in Czechia, Greece, Hungary, Latvia, Poland, Portugal, and Slovakia. If you remember, most of these countries are in our country map. Let me show you again. In the unsupported home care, with some exemption, for instance, the Czech Republic, where we found more support of the home care activities. So this attitudinal factor could be also very important. Finally, I would like to share with you the references, and just one conclusion sentence at this moment, that what we could see from the today presentations and my research with co-authors also underlines that actually the policy measures applied by the Hungarian government are quite they are quite effective. They contributed to the increase of the fertility rate. However, there are limitations. And the more ambitious plan to increase the fertility rate further to achieve 2.1, this mystic figure, we need something more. And these involved fatherhood related policies could be one of the future potential policy innovations. Our knowledge is rather limited at the moment, but I think this is one of the most important changes for all of us: how to involve men in the fatherhood activities, in domestic care activities. And this is not only an issue of specific policy measures, but also the broader discursive context. So I would like to emphasize that we have to find the proper, effective frames, how to make these caring fatherhood activities attractive for men. This is one task. And there are also related procedural tasks that, because of the limited knowledge, very probably this cannot be effectively done from a top-down control and command way, but rather through the collaborative governance measures involving more the civil society actors, women and men together. Thank you for your attention. Okay.
Thank you very much, Bartha, for respecting our time and sharing your wonderful insights about long-term care policy issues, and even suggesting some of your solutions for the issue. Now, before we open up the floor to questions and comments, let us entertain discussion by our designated discussants, Professor Jungwon Ha. You have 5 to 7 minutes. Please take the floor.
Hi, my name is Jungwon Hu. I'm a research professor at the Seoul National University Asia Center. I'm studying the migration issue in South Korea. I feel very honored to be invited to this great academic conference. In the first presentation, Dr. Jalma provided a very detailed overview about the Hungarian family and reproductive policies from historical and institutional and the cultural perspective. As someone unfamiliar with Hungarian family policies, I found that this is extremely helpful. In particular, it was very interesting to learn that a prominent politician in South Korea last year actually sparked a discussion by praising the Hungarian pro-natalist policies as a success story. She actually claimed that Hungary had successfully boosted its birth rate by focusing on caste incentives and suggested that Korea should concentrate more on the direct financial support to the families. So I don't know she makes the correct statement or not, but I realized that there is a lot of very comprehensive and complex discussion under Hungarian family and reproductive policies. In fact, I realized with a few exceptions, Dr. Shalma's presentation seems so relevant to Korea's situation that one could almost substitute Hungary with Korea without much difficulty. So the many demographic trends are strikingly similar between two countries, such as increasing age at the first marriage and the first childbirth, and also the rising fertility rate among women over 40, and the declining number of children per woman, and the growing proportion of childless women is very similar situation. But additionally, there is a significant gender gap in the employment rates when the children are present in the household. That is the similar situation in South Korea too. Furthermore, the lower involvement of fathers in childcare and the domestic labor is another common factor too. However, I think the one major difference stands out: the proportion of children born outside the marriage. Actually, that is very rare in South Korea and other East Asian countries, such as Korea and Japan, because there is the major difference, I think the significant contrast, because East Asian countries such as Korea or Japan and other Western countries experience the second demographic transition, like the Hungarian and the Western European countries. In both Korea and Japan, the family structures outside the traditional marriages remain very rare. That is the only difference I found. I don't know, the Hungarian citizens may still find their policies unsatisfactory, but from the perspective of Korean women, I think the Hungary's this childcare leave benefit and also the housing allowances and especially the paternity leave and the actually the fathers entitled to take are very enviable. I found it fascinating. The Hungarian tax incentive had led to an increase in third birth among the highly educated families, and it appears that Hungary's selective pronatalist policy, which are based on the income level and the ethnicity and the education level, have achieved their intended results. The claim that tax benefits have strengthened women's position in the labor market is also very intriguing, I think. I have two questions for the Dr. Zalma. How would the presenter evaluate the Hungarian the pronatalist policies? Do you believe, as some Korean politicians claim, that the Hungary has successfully increased their birth rate through the direct cancer incentive since 2015? My second question is, you mentioned that the tax benefit and the child allowances have improved the women's position in the labor market. However, doesn't women's labor force participation tend to decline during the childbearing period? In South Korea, the women typically enter the workforce after graduating from the university, and they tend to leave labor market during their 30s due to childbirth and childcare responsibilities. So that leads to the M-shaped employment patterns. I'm curious to know if Hungary exhibits a similar trend or they overcome this M-curve trend. And the second presentation, titled "The Double Honor and Double Care Policy Reform Trajectories and the Barriers of Involved Fatherhood," provided a very intriguing analysis. I fascinated your analysis method too. The classification based on the 4 criteria, the generosity, and also the magnitude of unmet care needs and the quality of home care regulation and the participation of women and men in the paid employment is a fascinating insight. According to the analysis, page number 9, it is particularly interesting to note that none of the analyzed European countries fall into the category of the male breadwinner or female care model. So you mentioned during your presentation, as an Asian citizen, Asian scholar, it was very interesting to learn. And also my question is, the grouping of Western Europe countries such as France, Germany, and the UK, as well as Denmark and Austria and the Netherlands, into a different cluster is intriguing. What do you think are the primary factors that have led these countries to follow such distinct trajectories? Do you believe it is due to political institutions such as democracy or the economic development levels such as GDP, or other or social or cultural factors more influential? If the social and the cultural factors play a significant role, how can we explain the cultural difference between these two groups? And also finally, regarding the measures mentioned at the end of your presentation to increase the father's participation in caregiving, what do you think is the most crucial factor? Do you believe the providing an institutional incentive to encourage the active active use of leave policy is more important, or should effort focus more on elevating the stronger gender division of labor attitude? That's my final question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Ha. I know you're all very curious to ask your questions and share comments, but since I'm also assigned as one of the other discussants, I'll briefly share some of my thoughts. I also was very impressed by both presentations. I really learned a lot. So regarding the first Zelma's presentation, I thought it was quite amusing when I heard your analysis about the selective pro-natalist policies, which seem very different from what we are used to in Korea and also in the United States context, where most welfare policies are targeted towards the low income and the vulnerable population. But it seems like these fertility targeted policies are kind of excluding them out from the targeted population. Are there any political backlash? Because that was I was very unfamiliar with that type of policy. Another thing that I found that was quite amusing is how generous Hungary is. For instance, the medically assisted reproduction, like IVF procedures, these are really expensive procedures, and yet the government seems to be financing a lot of these expensive procedures. So how financially sustainable that is? Are there any concerns about that? And then kind of wanted to share some broader questions, perhaps that applies to both presenters, and something that we could all think about, which is a question of when and how to evaluate these family policies. In both of your presentations, you mentioned some comments about whether these certain policies were successful in driving up fertility rate or so forth, but so what kind of outcomes should we look at? Typically, we usually look at whether birth rates went up or down after certain policy interventions happened. But what if it does not go up? I mean, what if birth rate didn't go up due to a policy intervention, but like Thomas has said, maybe it could slow down the declining rate. Is that enough? Or what about, in one of your studies, you mentioned that we could also look at, through survey, willingness to marry, instead of just looking at how many people married and how many people made babies. Does intention matter? But we also know that, right, there are a lot of psychological studies that show intention is very different from actual behaviors. Regard to long-term care policy, should we look at death rate? Is there some other way to measure whether the quality of care was good enough? Another thing, Sweden is very well known to have very generous parental leave, especially for daddies. They have this daddy month. And there are a lot of scientific studies that show that these policies, even though they were very generous, didn't necessarily increase the fertility rate. So how should we evaluate that? Should we evaluate those programs as a failure, or other kind of softer outcomes that we should think about? For instance, one could interpret that as through those policy interventions, we kind of set the cultural expectations for daddies to be more involved. Is that good enough? Like, how should we evaluate that? So the other thing about elderly care is, I think it's an uncomfortable discussion, but something that I think most people think about, which is a question of what should be the role of the government, what should be the role of family members when we think about elderly care, right? Since we're talking about family policies, we look at both ends of the age distribution, children, babies, and the elderly. Home care, it seems like most countries consider home care as the most ideal kind of setting. People want to die in their homes rather than hospitals or hospices. But we also know it's a big burden for family members, right? So then becomes, should we push that role of taking care to families, and is financial subsidy enough? Or should we try to, I don't know, set the norm that it is okay to rely on some institutions, and the role the government need to play more broader or different kind of role? So I think there are a lot of questions that we need to talk about in each of our societies. We all have different cultures, so I think it would be a very arduous process, but definitely something we need to start at some point. Last but not least, I think it was very interesting that you talked about daddy's involvement as one of the policy solutions. It kind of reminded me about the New York Times article I read, I think last year, 2024. I think it was titled, "Can the government get people to have more babies?" Something like that. And one of the conclusion was that it was talking about how all these different countries, including Japan, all these countries that have been suffering from aging for quite a long time, has introduced all these various kind of policies that all these presenters have talked about, and how they all failed mostly. And then the article basically concluded that if we can't get people to make more babies, maybe we should focus on people that already have children and try to improve their lives better. So I think that's also kind of just one thing that reminded me. One last thing, another person also suggested that there is one solution for both aging and low birth rate, which is you just use old nannies, you use the elderly as nannies that help with childcare. So the elderly can get work, and babies can have someone to take care. Or there could be robots. You could have robot nannies and robot caregivers. So maybe the future will be brighter. That's a question for all. But yes, any questions, comments? We have 10 minutes left, I believe, till our session ends. Questions, comments from the floor? Or yes. Go home. Yes, it's very late here. Time for lunch on that end. If there are no final comments or questions, thank you very much, both presenters, both discussants, everyone. The four presenters.
Well, why don't you give a chance to answer?
Oh yes, our presenters, Salma and Bartha, please. We still have time left, so please respond to any of the question, comments.
Thank you so much for your lot of questions. I tried to answer, but I cannot promise I can answer all of your questions. So as for I would start with that. I do not believe that the fertility rate ever reach the replacement level in Hungary or in any other countries in the world, because there is evidence that it never happened. When once the fertility rate reach under the replacement level, which is in the developed country 1.1, it's never happened that again that societies can reach this level again. So it's we shouldn't believe in this fairy tale. So it's never again happened. I'm pretty sure about it. This is the experience. This is the fact. So I think the most important, if our target is not to reach the replacement level, just to give support for the families, and we should give support all of the families, and not just certain populations. This is what I think it's important. And I would answer the first question and your second question, which about financial sustainability. Actually, yes, they are very generous family support in Hungary, but it has some price. So actually, this is the only investment to provide financial support for families. Meanwhile, the government do not provide enough financial support for those institutions which are really important for the all Hungarian population, like the education system and the healthcare system, and they are very, very much important. Because when I conducted interviews with young women and I asked about their fertility plans, they many times mention that they worry about the education system and it can influence their reproductive choices. So they postpone or they just cancel their fertility intentions because they think the quality of these systems are not enough good to start a family, so they do not trust in the healthcare system and the education system. So it would be important to improve this system to have more children. I'm pretty sure about it. As for the women position, actually, I should mention there were some attempts to increase the female employment level in Hungary, and it's always happening when there is not enough labor force. So during the middle of 2010s, when the economic was in good state and there was lack of labor force, the government just introduced the so-called GDI, which means those mothers who stayed at home and get child care fee, they also can join the labor market and they get the salary alongside their child care fee, which is a quite generous one because it means almost you have double salary. But the success of this policy was very limited because the problem is that people have this traditional attitude that the mother should stay at home with the children, and even the government encourage that it's good for the children if only the mother cares about them. And the lack of fathers, as Attila said, the lack of fathers' care, it's also a problem. And yes, so the labor market position of women is not so good. And if we check the childcare system, we can see even the well-educated mothers who really use this kind of benefits, they also stay at home with their children until the children reach 2 years old, because this is kind of attitudes what cannot change, because as I mentioned, this parental leave was introduced in 1967 in Hungary. So we learned that we should stay at home with the small children. Yes, and for the political backlash, actually it's interesting that we have this a perverse distribution, and it's really interesting still when I discuss with students. They mention that poor people have more children because they use this family allowance support. However, the family allowance support have not changed since 17 years. But there is no perception that wealthier family use the system. So it's out of question. It's really interesting for me as a researcher why there is this sticky stigma for poor people and there is no this stigma for wealthier families.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Salma.
Thank you.
So Bartha, would you like?
Yes, very briefly, because I know that this is already very late in Korea. So please, just the questions that you asked concerning the dilemmas, whether we should focus on the policy, specific targeted policy measures, or this is more about broader cultural context and equality policies. I don't want to say that either or, but both. And I think that the Hungarian story is indeed that the specific targeted policy measures were rather successful ones. Of course, not because we reached the 2.1 TFP, but there was a much slower pace of decline, even a partial change, an increase of the fertility rate. That's quite obvious. So we should not underestimate the success or the positive incentive factors of these policy measures, I think, and also the new initiatives such as supporting the participation of grandparents in caring activities through let's say financing measures. But at the same time, the results are also very clear that the broader policy context, education, we have been discussing the issues of migration, but migration from the care sector perspective, especially in countries like Hungary, for instance, is not only relevant because of the incoming migration flow, but also from the potential outflow of migration as well. Because if the broader policy context, the employment opportunities, the well-being promises are relatively low compared to the achievable neighborhood countries of Western Europe, then we will experience a high migration outflow, mostly from the young couples, as we know. So that is why we also have to focus on the broader policy issues, and yes, on the cultural aspects as well. That is, I think, very important. It was also mentioned by Tamás and Yvette that yes, which is the cultural context? How do we consider family, the household? Is it good to be a mother? Is it good to be a father? So this caring masculinity identity is very important. And the attitudes, and we are just now making the first steps towards that, which are the most crucial factors from the perspective of the involved fatherhood. Working a little bit less, probably. It's very important, the attitude change and the broader supporting context. I won't answer all the other questions. Thank you very much for them. By the way, they are I fully agree. Just one final word that from an evaluation perspective, of course, this is a very complex issue, and we have to use different evaluation measures, counterfactuals, including macro and micro level factors in our analysis. This is our task, and we are working together. And thank you very much for the comments and the suggestions as well.
Thank you very much. Why don't we ask for concluding remarks from both?
Okay. Thank you very much. We have very long the colloquium today, and as you already experienced, we find very interesting issues. The Hungary and Korea two countries have different histories, different economic situation, and political regimes are also very different. However, we face the same problem, the low fertility rate, and how these two different countries approach the same policy issues. That is very important research question. And today, we got lots of the ideas from the Hungarian side. And Tamás and I agreed that why don't we start these comparative studies, how these two countries approach the same policies with different policy tools, with different policy goals, and also different trajectories of the policy achievement. I think that will be very academically important research. So in the future, why don't we work together to share the ideas, not only focus on the fertility policies, but also that we can have more opportunity to discuss political administrative issues. So I'm really highly appreciate George to organize all this, the wonderful presenters, and as well as the Tamás share the good ideas of the academic collaboration between these two institutions. So hopefully we continue this kinds of the relationship in the future, and the next time, why don't we see offline and share the wine or share the food together. So thank you very much. And I pass my mic to the Tamás for the closing comments.
I totally agree with you. I really appreciate the forum. I'm happy that my colleagues from Corvinus University could participate in that. We have a responsibility, like both universities, as being leading universities in our countries. And I was really happy to see that we have an international audience here. Unfortunately, you didn't ask questions. We didn't have that much time, but I would be interested in your country's experiences as well. And just for your last thought, I totally agree with the offline one, but I would like to have it at Corvinus University in Budapest soon. So hope to see you there soon. Thank you.